evening, everyone. Today's Thursday, October 17th, 2023. We're here for a town board meeting and a CDA meeting. And as always, we're going to begin with the Pledge of Allegiance. And Frank, can you please take the lead?
Look, I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Frank. And do we have someone from the faith community with us today?
Yes, on the
Yeah.
schedule for tonight is Reverend Janet Wright, the Interfaith Minister. Thank
Okay.
you for being with us, Reverend.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening.
Excuse me, I can't hear you. Can you speak louder into the microphone?
I was just moving it because is this? Oh, I'm really good at talking into mics. I guess she couldn't hear you? or-
That's okay. I did speak loud and a lot of people heard me, so I think it'll clear itself up. And welcome. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. Well, first of all, I'd like to say, wow, this is a big group tonight.
Yes, you have that
Must be all
honor.
those resolutions. There's a lot of people who have a lot to say. So it's good to see you all out. That shows that you care about your community and care about each other. I think we're going to have some people this evening receive commendations for various items. So it shows that we care and support our police and firemen. We all work together to make us be the best we could possibly be. So I would ask you just at this time to pause just a moment, take a deep breath in, and be ready and calm to hear the words of a prayer we'll share together. Please pray with me. O Holy One, you call us together to be in community. We ask for your blessing upon all those gathered here, those who call this town home and those who might be visiting today. May all gathered here be enveloped in the spirit of doing and being together. Thank you for our human government that makes our society possible. We thank you for the administration and services of justice, safety, education, recreation, health, and well-being that comes to us through our town government. I ask that you help us to listen carefully, very carefully, to what is being said and asked without rancor. We pray that all here this evening be open to information shared without judgment, for we are all children of the Holy One. May we be a blessing to one another. This evening, we will recognize the caring that is here in our community between people of all ages. We lift up Sarah Atkins and Judy Shivers, who came to the aid of a student choking at Riley Avenue Elementary School. Let us be aware of those around us who might need our care and help. We also ask blessings upon the gentleman who will become a police sergeant. Be with him, guide him to make the best decisions that he can. Let us all be aware of those around us who need our help. We ask, O Holy One, that you guide our town government as their vision, planning, and decision-making affect not only them and their families, but all of us together. And so we ask that today's agenda and deliberations will be filtered through a degree of humility, wisdom, and courage that will guide us to be the very best we can be. And may you surround us with your presence and remain with us here as well as when we return to our homes. Thanks be to God. Amen.
Thank you, Reverend.
Great, thank you, Frank, and thank you, Reverend. Okay, before we move on to our regular meeting agenda, I'm pleased to deviate slightly from our normal sequence and call resolution number 2023-755, promotion to police, to the position of police sergeant for Giuseppe Rossini. And does anyone wish to comment on this resolution only? Well, I want to make a comment. He deserves it. So we do have an official comment. So I am going to, Diane, to please call this resolution only.
Okay, Resolution 755.
Promotion to the position of police sergeant, so moved.
Seconded.
Vote, please.
Rothwell.
Yes.
Bayrock.
Yes.
Hubbard.
Couldn't be a better choice, absolutely yes.
Aguiar.
Congratulations. I remember the days I got this shield, what it meant. So enjoy it, and I'm going to ask you to come forward to receive your swearing in, and thereafter you can take some pictures with us, and thereafter you can take some pictures with your family. How's that, okay? So we're going to go forward.
Resolution 755 is adopted.
Future to be sergeant, raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear to uphold the Constitution of the United States, the Constitution of the State of New York, and to faithfully discharge the duties of sergeant for the Riverhead Police Department to the best of your abilities, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Congratulations. We'll afford you the opportunity to place the shield on. You can pull it from the side. If you want to come in the middle, and then after that, you can welcome with the family.
Right here, guys.
Be safe and serve your community well, and the family is welcome to come up and take care. Aw. Come on, it's happy time. It's happy time. So, I think you can stay down there if you want. So congratulations, Sergeant. Let me be the first one to call you that. And thank you for all you do for our town, its residents, and please stay safe. And next, I'm going to invite forward members of the Kelly family who are with us tonight for a proclamation presentation for William, parentheses, Bill Kelly Sr., and it's in memoriam. He passed away June at the age of 70, and he leaves an incredible mark in our community. And can we have the family here?
Karen?
Okay. Let somebody read it.
Okay, anybody in Riverhead that has any knowledge of the Riverhead Fire Department knew Bill Kelly. Bill joined the fire department in 1977. He put 46 years in. He started out with the Ironman racing team. He rose through the ranks of chief from 1988 to 1995. No easy task, as any fireman will tell you. He was appointed to the Board of Commissioners in 2001 and continued right through 2023. In 2022, Bill was Commissioner of the Year voted by his peers from the Suffolk County Fire District Officers Association. That's the highest honor you can get. Bill was a great guy in the community. We're all going to miss him. We're here to honor tonight a wonderful gentleman and a wonderful part of our town. They know Bill. Bill worked up at Riverhead Building Supply, and of course he knew a lot of people up there, and Bill was well known for his sense of humor. And that's something any of us who knew him will never forget. So God bless you, and thank you for sharing Bill with us, and may he rest in peace. We have a proclamation from the town. Whereas William Bill Kelly is being honored for his life service to the Riverhead community. Bill lived in Accabogue, New York with his wife of 50 years, Karen. They have a daughter, Anne Marie Bennett, and a son, William Kelly Jr. Whereas Bill was a man of countless accomplishments. He retired after 30 years as an executive at Riverhead Building Supply and was a 45-year member of the Riverhead Fire Department. In March of 1977, he joined the Riverhead Fire Department Eagle Hose Company No. 4, where he held the rank of Chief Engineer of the Riverhead Fire Department from 1988 to 1995. He also served on the Board of Fire Commissioners from 2001 till the day of his passing on June 5th, 2023. Whereas Bill belonged to many firematic organizations and held office as President of Suffolk County Firefighter Emerald Society, President of Riverhead Town Fire District Officers Association, and President of the Brookhaven Town Fire District Officers Association. Whereas for his many decades of dedicated service, Bill was presented with numerous awards throughout the years, having mostly been awarded the 2022 Commissioner of the Year Award from the Suffolk County Fire District. Therefore, I, Yvette M. Aguiar, Supervisor of the Town of Riverhead, with the entire Riverhead Town Board and citizens of the Town of Riverhead, hereby honor and remember William Kelly for his life of service to his community, for his kindness and character, and for the devoted friend that he was to all that knew him. I urge all citizens to sustain public awareness and preserve the memory of this revered member of our community. We will all miss Bill. Thank you so much.
And we don't give those proclamations often, okay, so otherwise it gets diminished. So maybe we give 5, 6 a year, and it has to be somebody who's exemplary in our community. So it is a proclamation, and again, they're not easily given, so I hope this is an honor for you.
Thank you guys so much.
Thank you, guys.
Bill,
Be
thank you.
safe. Huh? It's good. Okay. So the family will wait for them to leave, give a little space for those people who are standing. Thank you. I don't know what that is. Okay. so next, our office was informed very late this afternoon that one of the two recipients of the next proclamation ceremony is sick, could not attend tonight, so we're going to reschedule it for another time. Okay, this Saturday, October 21st, all are encouraged to dress the whole family in costumes and join in on the Halloween festivities taking place in downtown Riverhead. Events begin with the coffin races at 2 p.m. on Griffin Avenue, followed by trick-or-treating along Main Street from 3 to 5 p.m., food and beverages at all downtown eateries from 5 to 6, and then we're gonna have a Halloween parade at 6 p.m., and the rain date is October 28th. Events like this are what helps keep our small towns make it look like Riverhead, and it's so special, and we hope to see you all there to participate. This is a big effort by the Riverhead Bid, and we want to thank Sugar and Christy for your unending support and work. I know you work all year long. And next, a quick note that this Thursday's Town Board work session will take place, not here, it will take place at the Newtown Boardroom in the Newtown Hall at 4 West 2nd Street. That means that tonight's Town Board meeting will be the last meeting at 200 Howell Avenue. We look forward to utilizing the new state-of-the-art boardroom space, and we are told it is a state-of-the-art, and it's got a great video system and great acoustics, and we hope that you all start watching us from home. If you're not, pass the word around. So please bear with us until we get acclimated with the new system, and I know some people are gonna come here as opposed to the new, we're gonna have notices, we're gonna put it on the internet, we're gonna send some information out, so ensure that, you know, if you wanna come, it doesn't matter if you watch us on TV, where we are, but if you wanna come in person, it doesn't matter. And I also wanna point out that on October 25th at 1 p.m. here in front of the Old Town Hall, we're gonna dedicate the site to Justice Alan M. Smith, and it's gonna be dedicated as the future site of the new Justice Court. And we hope that you can join us here again, October 25th. It's the 24th, is it? Okay, sorry. October 24th, and is that a Wednesday?
It's a
Okay.
Tuesday.
Okay, we have to double check because
Tuesday the 24th.
okay, hold
At
on.
1 o'clock, Supervisor?
We're just double checking. Because a member of the community set the date out and they had to change the time, so that's why they're so, yep, I have it Tuesday on the 24th at 1 o'clock.
Correct.
We'll send out a press release with the information. Yeah.
Just it is, to honor Bill Kelly, it is Fire Prevention Month, so please go home tonight and change those batteries and those smoke detectors and CO detectors, please.
Okay. All right, we have a busy agenda, so moving forward, can I have a first and a second to close the town board meeting and open the community development meeting, please?
Motion?
Second.
Vote, please.
Rothwell.
Yes.
What do we have here from
Bayrock.
CDA?
Hubbard.
Yes.
Aguilar.
Yeah, yes.
The CDA meeting is now open, Town Board meeting is closed.
Good evening.
Good evening. Short agenda this evening. Is that working? So we have only... Hear you. Hey. Sorry about that. We have no minutes from any prior meeting to approve. So we have only open comments from the public on CDA matters only this evening.
Okay. Did you want to take any comments on any matter, right? So,
Yep, any comments on any community development agency matter?
okay. Good evening.
Good evening. John McAuliffe from Roanoke Landing. Obviously, the CDA agenda is focused heavily, implicitly, or explicitly on what is the future of EPCAL. I had put together something that I wanted to share with you. which, oops. Sure, if we have an easel, that'd be great. Any rate, what it is are 4 pictures that help explain why we are in the state we're in. This was in 2018 when the Germaisians were trying to warm up your predecessors. They had this lovely building with a green roof, and they talked about school students visiting us. Then in 2019, one of the EPCAL Watch members FOIA'd with the DEC, and to her surprise, there was a set of documents that were released, one of which included this design of the use of the land. The Germaisians, or CAT, said, no, that's totally unauthorized. It means nothing. It shouldn't have been there. They shouldn't have had it. It shouldn't have been released publicly. Well, come September 2022, when they made their presentation to the IDA, this was the map, this was the design, which is surprisingly similar to the 2019 unauthorized one. And the last picture is, of course, the most famous, the picture of the warehouse with the airplanes in the front, the jet cargo planes in the front, and the trucks in the back. So I will put it here so you can contemplate as I ask a question. So my question, we are right now, this is the last town board meeting before the election. And I think that the voters of Riverhead have the right to have some reliable information about where this is heading. And in particular, I think that members of the board, the current board, should say today, this evening, very clearly what they will do as lame ducks, which is what you will be after November 7th. What will you do if the IDA decides that it is not going to approve the CAT, Germaisian, or CAT, CAT and Germaisian, the CAT and CDA proposal? What will you do if they turn it down? Can you tell us tonight that you will vote to make it null and void? Will you exercise that authority? More complicated question is, what will you do if they approve it sometime during your lame duck period? That is November, December, where there are at least three board meetings scheduled. It seems to me you have 2 choices. One is you could go ahead and say, all right, it's done, we can sign the contract, we can take their money, and it'll be passed on to the new board as a fait accompli. Or you could decide as a lame duck board that this is not a matter that you should resolve, that you should leave it to the newly elected board. So I think it'd be helpful for voters to know what you will do if it's turned down and what you will do if it's approved. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your opinion, your comments. Next.
It's all right, sir. Oh, sorry.
All right. Anyone else for the CDA on any matter?
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, supervisor, members of the board, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Barbara Blass, and I live in Jamesport. I'm passing along this information to you because you still own the grasslands at EPCAL. The state is currently updating its open space conservation plan, which was last updated and adopted in 2016. As required by law, The plan is updated periodically, relying heavily on the recommendations of 9 regional advisory committees. In the early 2000s, I served on that committee with others representing DEC Region 1 and provided input into the region's priority conservation projects. The state plans have always acknowledged EPCAL's grasslands as a priority conservation project. The plan describes EPCAL's grasslands in particular as, quote, "compromising the largest contiguous grassland habitat on Long Island and one of the most significant in the state." I know it has been a priority of New York State and yours, Supervisor Aguiar, but to date, there is still no mechanism in place to ensure their maintenance and protection in perpetuity. This is required by the 2016 adopted seeker finding statement on the rezoning in the 50-lot subdivision. A comprehensive habitat protection plan, the CHIP, which includes the grasslands, was approved by the DEC in contemplation of the 50-lot subdivision. The town, its staff, and even CAT have all represented and continue to assert that the CHIP has been updated. While the town may have written an updated plan and submitted it to the DEC to address the incomplete WSRR permit application needed for the 8-lot subdivision map, the plan was not approved by the DEC. A FOIL request dated June 15, 2023 to the DEC for an updated and approved CHIP confirmed that there is no such document. So in circling back to the beginning, to the update of its open space conservation plan, I fully expect that the Calverton grasslands will remain a priority conservation project for the state despite the current uncertain situation. And a final personal observation, as each day, year, and decade passes without proper maintenance of that habitat, degradation occurs, and I just hope that that's not the plan. Thank you very much for your time and attention.
Thank you for your comments. Anyone else? Good evening.
Hi, my name is Van Howell. I live on Riverside Drive around the corner. I don't know how many people here in the room or involved in town government were around about 33 years ago. I went to a high school reunion then, and I ran into somebody I hadn't seen for a long time, whose name was Oliver Gillum. And I remembered him as being a little squeaky, no-account kid, and he was turned into a pretty impressive character. And it turned out he was a Harvard professor in planning, and that he had been engaged by the people that ran Logan Airport and the whole New England aviation thing to come up with a plan for a gigantic jetport somewhere in New England that would supersede and replace, not replace, but supplement Logan Airport. Traveled all over the world looking for airports. When we got to talking, I didn't know any of this. And he asked me what I'd been up to, and I mentioned there was a big controversy about a jetport, a cargo jetport planned for Calverton. And one of the first things he said after telling me what he'd been doing was that cargo is always used as a wedge to open up plans for a bigger general aviation facility, because you can get, cargo is relatively easy to get environmental approvals for, and then, because it's not so much traffic and all that, and then once you have it in place, then it's a fairly easy matter to just incrementally add on and add on and add on. Speaking of which, I know that what's happening now isn't exactly the same as what was being proposed then, but it seems to be mutating, you know, all the time, you know, not just the site plan and so forth, but also the whole purpose. You know, as soon as there's some insurmountable objection to one thing, it turns out they wanted to do something else all along. That's what they say. But anyway, I wanted to just say that Oliver Gillum, my old classmate, got very interested in this. He told me, there's somebody on Long Island you'd be very interested in working with who was very brilliant and insightful. His name is Lee Koppelman. And I said, well, Lee Koppelman is the guy who's like organizing the drive to do this, and is the chairman of a committee to look at the feasibility of it. And Oliver said, oh, because the further you got from Long Island, the greater Koppelman's reputation was, it turns out. You know, he had a world-class reputation as a brilliant planner and author of textbooks and stuff, whereas on Long Island, we know him as somebody who was mixed up with development projects all over the place. So Oliver, on his own initiative, wrote and donated about a 25 or 30 page overview of the Calverton site and the possibilities of using it as a cargo jet port or as any other kind of a jet port. And basically his conclusions, which were those of a professional planner who didn't, you know, he completely alienated the local opposition to the jet ports, because the one thing that he said was not a problem was noise, and that was the reason why. The reason it wasn't a problem was because it's not very populated compared to other possible jet port locations. But that same reason is also why it's not suitable for a jet port in cargo or anything else in the first place, which is that we're outside of the corridors of the Northeast, you know, where all the traffic moves and all the cargo moves, and so it would be off to one side, and it would just be a boondoggle that would possibly just become some kind of an environmental disaster over time, rather than ever thriving, doing what it's supposed to do. Lee Koppelman saw the quality of Oliver's work and invited him to join his committee for feasibility, and Oliver called me up and said, "What do you think about this? It's a paid position." I said, "Well, you earned it, you know, go ahead and take it." And so he took it, and it turned out he was going to be assigned the section on noise, because that was the only aspect of it that he was not, you know, where he could do something that would serve the purposes of promoting it. To make a long story short, he did as he was asked, but he also engaged Koppelman in a lot of discussions. Koppelman was kind of surprised to discover that he'd more than met his match when it came to planning airports and related facilities, and the end result was that Koppelman sort of withdrew his support for his own proposal, which had been there.
Okay, we have a lot of people to wait. We have 5 minutes if you want to
so
get back
basically,
online.
I'm just going to suggest that if we could try to approach this not in this sort of mad scramble of everything coming along, doing somersaults, you know, this is the plan, that's the plan, the other thing's the plan. You know, open space, sure, we're all for open space, you know, economic, you know, instead of this chaotic, you know, mad scramble to try to keep up with what the hell is going on here, it would be really good to step back, you know, think about Oliver Gilliam and Lee Koppelman basically thrashing it out and making some rational decisions.
Okay, thank you for your comment.
Okay, bye.
Next.
All right.
Anyone else? Good evening.
Good evening, I'm Tony Pawson, excuse me, from the Forgotten area of Riverhead, Manorville, located approximately 1 mile from the old Grumman site. I'm here on a two-part question. Number one, I'd like to get an update on the water situation, considering the town of Brookhaven is already breaking the grounds and giving those people in that area clean water. Again, we're still waiting. I put an opinion article in Riverhead Local, and the title of it was Suits. Oh, you got me so nervous now. Hold on a second. Suits, champagnes, and crickets. Well, we had all the suits come out for that photo opportunity back in April. We popped the champagne in celebration for the clean water of the forgotten people in Manorville, a mile down from the Grumman site. And now we have crickets, so I'd like an update. I hear, rumor has it, that it's paperwork that's holding up me having clean water along with 64 other residents. Kind of sad to hear if that is true, that the paperwork is holding up me not getting cancer and my neighbors not getting cancer from contaminated water. You guys should be ashamed of yourself. Somebody needs to get the ball rolling. That's number one. Okay, on the second part of my little question in here is, with this EPCAL and these cargo and all this other stuff, the residents in the surrounding area, how are you going to deal with the traffic, number one. Without clean water, we have no fire hydrants, so if planes start falling and crashing, there goes the neighborhood, because there's no fire hydrants. We've had a couple of fires over the summer, and we all sit there going, what are we going to do if it comes in our backyard, which we had years ago. There's no fire hydrants because we have no clean water. And now I want to know what you're going to do. You're going to decide on this cargo, but have you looked at other aspects of it? The environmental impact. I mean, are these things going to be put into play? And the final thing, because I'll even save my time, a public hearing. Is there anything scheduled on a public hearing? There's plenty of people that want to speak. And we would like to know if there's anything upcoming on that. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your comment. Yeah, so two things. We obtained the funds, which was in a very short period of time. We got millions and millions of dollars for fresh water. And we signed over a contract with the Suffolk County Water Authority. Brookhaven had a head start because they had the money first. And so for you to come here and say that there's crickets here, we did everything we can, including join a partnership with them, and they're getting the money. So that's one thing, and I think that she can add to it. As far as, what was this other question,
I'll just say, we've completed everything that's necessary for the town of Riverhead for the construction to begin on the water installation. We are anxious. Everything is in Suffolk County's hands. All the money's accounted for, every penny.
everything?
You're telling me tonight all the money that was needed
Yes,
for our water, Suffolk County has?
we'll
It's
be
all,
getting,
it's all accounted for based on when they do the work. When they complete the work, when they complete the work, they get paid. But yes, it's all accounted for,
So
so
if I was to call them tomorrow and say it's all accounted for,
please do. Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah.
We're ready to start construction. We're eagerly waiting. My name is Councilor Ronto. Please call them, and all the money is accounted for, and so we are anxiously waiting for them to begin construction. So come right down North Wading River Man Road and get those pipes. And when the pipes go in, when, ma'am, let me respond to your answer. So when the pipes come in, there's also comes with it fire hydrants. And again, as we've all said, this board has been firm, there's no cargo airport coming. There's no
no
passenger
site
airport
plan?
coming. It's not coming. Planes are not coming. It's been said all along. You can read any narrative you want, but that's what's happening.
Bring in buildings and extra vehicles, and you can't put a warehouse, 1 million square foot warehouse in and tell me that.
there
it's
has
not
been
gonna
no
be
site
accepted.
plan provided, nothing approved, nothing submitted. Okay, so now you're saying, we're gonna burn to death and all these things is happening with airplanes. So let's keep that to the side. As far as, and I just wanna remind you, a couple of months ago, Steve Malone was here and he gave us, this town, okay, he had a press conference here in Calverton and gave the rest of the money that was necessary to hook everybody up to the house, because that was missing. And that completed the entire process. So I don't know where people were, but it was a big, it was on the water. He came to Riverhead and offered up his grant to finish supporting the project. So that happened already. Dawn, did you want to add anything?
Yeah, I would just like to add that we are in the process of working with the EPA to get the funding locked down and contracted. So that involves a lot of complicated paperwork, including the fact that we were partnering with Suffolk County Water Authority, which complicated the application process a little. We are working with them on the Cat X, the NEPA Cat X exclusion right now. We had a meeting with our H2M on Friday. They're providing a number of documents requested by EPA, which we will be submitting as soon as we receive the same day or shortly thereafter from H2M, and that will be the final piece of all of the submissions we need to make with regard to that funding.
I think where people getting confused is the grant has already been appropriated.
It's a little bit of a complicated process because you get the appropriation from Congress,
And then
but
you
then
have-
you have to file a complete application with the Environmental Protection Agency, and the process was further complicated by the fact that we partnered with
Yeah.
another entity. And so grants, while wonderful and important to town, are very fraught with paperwork and requirements and rules and things that we need to do. So you know, we get through all of that, and we've been 100% successful in acquiring all the funds that have been awarded to us through those processes that we follow afterward. After the award letter comes, the best part of the grant, apply, get the award. The rest of it is a lot of hard paperwork. We are in the middle of it and getting it done. We've been diligent about doing it, and I have no expectation other than it will be fully funded and signed on by the EPA very shortly.
Okay. Anyone else?
Dawn, I do want to say, oh, sorry. Kelly McClinchy, Manorville. Dawn, I do want to say thank you for the lengthy explanation, because we just received two different stories here tonight. You said, we have the money, we're ready to go. And Dawn is saying, we don't actually have the money, we're not ready to go yet because there's a whole lot of paperwork here.
That's not what she said.
It's appropriated.
We've
meaning-
received the grants and she's completing them.
Yeah, the grants are reimbursement grants.
So I think there's two questions that need to be answered, because you did talk about the federal grants. Correct.
Yes.
There was also state money. Has that been received? What is the status of that? And what is the expectation of an end in sight here?
Yes, okay. So the other source of funding is the bipartisan infrastructure law funding. That's through the Environmental Facilities Corporation. I've been in contact and in touch with them. That process is new to them also, and it is federal funding. So I'm working with Brock Rogers from the New York State Department of Health. We have a meeting set up, and I have to check my calendar, but it's either next week or the week after, with the Environmental Facilities Corp to work through the details of that funding. The funding, the way grants work are they are reimbursement grants. The award is given, you get a contract, the work begins, it gets reimbursed when the work is completed according to the contract and the plan that's submitted. So we are getting through the process. It is complicated. I love for anyone to come visit our office. We'll go through all the paperwork, emails, documents with you. You can see what we do. It takes a lot of diligence and detailed effort. And trust me, we have, as diligently as we work to obtain the grants, is as diligently as we are working to make sure that everything's in place that needs to be done.
Okay. Thank you.
To the microphone, Kelly, you have to go up to the microphone, please.
I'll just repeat the last question that I asked. What is the time frame the residents are looking at here? How long should we expect this process to go on? Because every day it goes on, we're drinking the water. Like, that's our main concern. And we come here and it riles everybody up and it annoys everybody. I understand that. But the fact of the matter is, we did hear two different stories here tonight. That's a fact. That's what happened. And so now we're asking a question. When can we expect something to actually happen to ensure that we are healthy and safe in our homes? That's the goal here. What's the answer to that?
So we're working with the Water Authority. I'd have to ask Anne Marie to give us a little update on that contractual agreement. That's something that's outside of my vantage point here, but the money is acquired. We just have to finish the documentation. It will be contracted and it will be available for the project. The projects are all, so again, and in terms of a time frame with the Environmental Facilities Corporation, we're working with them, we're meeting with them. I don't know when they will give us a contract. I can't control that, but there are, in fact, with regard to the EPA funding, we can move forward without a contract and still get reimbursed. We are understanding of that as a rule, which is not generally the rule with grants. So I don't think there's any impediment there to moving forward with that funding. And I'm not up to date with the Water Authority in terms of what next steps are with the Riverhead Water District.
My name is Janice Spey. I live on Northwoods Road, which is off Middle Road, which is off Manor Road. My question to you is, with all these signs that are all over Riverhead and I guess Manorville or whatever, no warehouse, no cargo depot. Are you telling us that this is not going to happen? Period?
There's no cargo airport coming to Calverton.
Is there a warehouse coming?
It would have to meet the parameters of the current.
And
town
what are the
code.
parameters?
Right.
What are the parameters? What are the,
Town code. So, to meet town
I-
code.
you know-
so.
I'm a little tired of not getting any information from anybody about what exactly is going on with this property. I know that you sold it there for a very small amount of money compared to what it was worth. I know that somewhere along the line, people have been talking about a warehouse, building a warehouse there. I'd like to know what exactly is going on.
There's been no formal plan submitted.
That's not
And
what
we
I'm
know what we
asking.
want. We
That's
have
not what I'm
prom-
asking. I'm not asking if there's a
have our
formal
prom-
plan. I'm asking what exactly is in your minds is going to happen to that property. What's going to happen to that property?
The
Are you
ID
referring
What
to the
property are you
EPCAL
talking
property?
I am indeed, because
Okay.
right now I
With
live
the
in,
idea-
If you've been following this, the EPCAL property is in the hands of the IDA. We are waiting for a result from the IDA, and it could come at any time
and what will
now.
that tell you?
Excuse me? What'd you say, ma'am?
What will that tell you?
They will tell us whether they find them qualified and eligible or not qualified and eligible to do what they say they're going to do.
Which is what?
That's
Which
the point.
Well, what's the
They
idea?
haven't shown the IDA what they want to do, so you have to wait for the IDA to come up with a decision.
We're going around in
you're
circles
not.
now.
No,
No,
you're
we
not.
are. We're going
You're
around
not
in
at all. If you
circles.
understand the process and you took the time to read into it, you would see how the process has to go.
We're going around in circles here.
No, you're going in circles,
No, I'm
ma'am.
not going in
telling you
circles.
what
I know where I
I'm
live,
telling
and I
you what
know
the
what's going
status
on in my
is,
area.
And I'm telling you how it's about to be handled.
But you
That's
have,
what I told you.
no, you're not explaining anything to us. You're telling us this IDA is going to be doing this, but what are they going to be doing?
They're gonna be making a determination
Of what?
of whether or not 555 has the wherewithal and the finances to do what they say they're going to do.
Which is what?
We don't know that. They have not
How can
presented.
you not know it? How can you be doing this and not knowing what's going on?
Ma'am, if I was going to buy your house today, and would I have to tell you what I was going to do with it? No, I'm paying for your property, and I can do whatever I want with
That's,
my house within
you know
the
that's
zo-
not true.
within the zoning and the guidelines, people. All right.
No offense, but that's a crock.
You're not wanting to listen to what I'm saying.
No, you
I
know
can- I
exactly
have
what's
to
going
do-
on.
What I have to do is work within the zoning and the codes of the town. It's that simple.
Another question, why did you sell it so cheaply?
What should we have sold it for? Are you a real estate
$40
expert?
million.
How
No,
much?
but I know a real estate agent.
Okay, well, we hired commercial real estate experts, and they evaluated the property, and that was the worth of the property. Whether you like it or not, that was the value of the property.
I don't believe you.
You don't have to believe me.
I don't believe you.
You don't have to believe me. I'm not the expert in it. I'm telling you what the experts told us. That property was evaluated. It's barren land with no infrastructure. So what are you
Oh, no,
telling
that-
me it's worth? I want to hear your
Oh, I
expertise.
would think it's worth, I think it would be worth more than 40 million. Because,
Well, with our fingers crossed, we're probably going to find out very soon what it's going to be worth.
I would think
People,
that
I'm
the,
just asking you to be patient for a little bit of time. The IDA is very close to making a decision.
But I
and
would
then
think-
we can answer all of your questions without getting into anything legality-wise that we might say now that would turn to a possible suit after this is done.
I would
So
think,
we have to be careful what we're going to say.
I would
It's
think
not
as
that we
rep-
don't want it. Ma'am, may I finish, please?
no, because I know,
Okay,
she-
I won't finish. You go ahead.
I would
You
just
go
like
ahead.
to ask, as representatives of the community of Riverhead, are you taking this in our best interest, or are you going to do the thing that's going to make the most money? Because we don't want it. As a resident, I'm telling you right now, we don't want it. And I
I'm
would
telling you
respect,
right now, I don't want it, and I voted no against the contract.
well, then why is it
Oh,
going
really?
through? Then why is it happening?
I voted no against the contract for the sale of that property.
Then-
People, do your homework.
It's all previous
You're
board
being
members.
fed information that is not true out there.
So why
That's
are we
all I will tell
continuing?
you.
Why are you continuing then? Can't you just say, I'm sorry, we're drawing allowing you to buy the property, we're withdrawing.
All right, your 5 minutes is up, so if you want to come
Okay.
back again afterwards, you can come up. There's a lot of people here, and we got to give them time. Thank you.
Yeah, my name is Michael Hennessy. I'm a resident of Wading River.
Hello.
My entire community lives in the glide path for any potential air cargo port that's going to be put in. My question is this. You guys are approving, you've sold this property for the construction of warehouses, okay, to a company that specializes in building malls. Now, the mall business isn't any good anymore because Amazon has put all the malls out of business. So they're building warehouses for Amazon to fly their junk in here and store in the warehouses. Or is the stuff they're going to put in the warehouses going to drop from the sky? No, you're going to fly it in because you're not going to bring 53-foot trailer trucks through Manorville. Nobody in Manorville will stand for it. The EPA won't stand for it. And the residents of this neighborhood won't stand for it. The glide path of that airport, if it does go and happens, is going to go directly over Wading River, Wildwood. The entire area will be destroyed. The air pollution from aircraft is incredible. So not only are we going to have the noise of your jets flying over our houses, and most of the cargo gets delivered at night, okay? 24/7 they're going to be going. So I don't think there should be a warehouse approved. I think you should tell these people to take their $40 million and you know what they can do with it. And I think it should be turned over to the people of this town as a recreational area. You've already got commercial concerns on that property, making money and hopefully paying taxes. So that's my stand, because I don't believe that this is not going to be a cargo airport, because there's no reason to put warehouses in, approve any building of that type, unless you're going to be bringing in massive amounts of freight. And the only way to bring massive amounts of freight in is either clogging up the expressway with 53-foot tractors all day long, or flying it in.
All right, if you want to speak, you can come up to the mic, sir. Sir, if you want to speak, you can come up to the mic. Are you done, sir?
Yes, I'm done.
Okay. Have a good evening. Thank you for your comment. Anyone else?
Claudette Bianco, Baiting Hollow. Back to the water question that Kelly had. I know you said the funding has been appropriated. It's not done yet. The work is not done yet. Is that in the pipe to be done, or are they waiting for your paperwork?
The money has been appropriated, meaning
Right.
that it was granted. Congress, and most of the time, these are
Right.
congressional, say, yes, Riverhead can get for those 64 houses. Now, it's almost like getting a pre-qualified letter. Yeah, you can buy a house for that amount. Give us all the paperwork that follows. And so the Suffolk County Water Authority, we partnered with them so they can get it done right away, as soon as possible. They got grants from the American Rescue Fund from Brookhaven, so they started ahead of us. Okay, so it should really go, for that, it should go to them. They know exactly what level and where they are, and they're the ones that are getting the supplies and could better understand. Can we call over there to get that answer for you? Like, maybe you can call Dawn and she can get it for you. And by all means, they've been tasked, and we did that to get it as soon as possible. The money is there, it's been put aside, it's not going anywhere. We just have to apply with it, you have to do a contract, people have to go back and forth, two sides of
So
attorneys.
here's another question. Is there any way this town can appropriate fund balance money do the work. These people are drinking poison water every day. Put yourself in their shoes. And then you wait for the reimbursement from the grants and do
That's
the
illegal.
paperwork.
Oh, it is? But are you, once you budget money
We
for
we are
something, you
not
can't
laying out.
rebudget
right.
it
Our
for.
contractors with Suffolk County Water Authority, they will lay out the money and be reimbursed. Every single grant we
Yeah.
write is like that. The town.
She was saying from our
Yeah.
fund.
Well, that's how it always works. We create a budget line, we know where the money's coming
No,
from.
no, but she
we
wanted from our
pay-
general fund to give it out from our
Yeah,
fund now.
but it's not
Can't do
coming
that.
from us, it's coming from
Right.
Suffolk County Water, yeah.
That's what I'm saying. You can't take it from our fund.
Okay, so they're in the line to get it done,
Yes.
but it's later than we wanted because of paperwork.
Unfortunately, we didn't create that. Well, Dawn can
Essentially.
answer that for you. She's our grant.
I wanted to say, it's later than we wanted. One day, once we discovered PFAS, PFOA was later than we wanted to have clean water in Calverton and Manorville. But the grant process is moving forward at the speed that it normally moves forward. And we are, again, responding to requests. We are completing paperwork. Some of the grants are a different and new kind of funding. We have an unusual situation with our agreement with Suffolk County Water, which complicates the application process. So it's done, and as I said, we're ready to go, and Suffolk County Water, I think, is ready to go. We're just waiting for them to start.
All right, so the paperwork is being done, and if Suffolk County puts up the money, does the work, and gets paid, why can't it be done sooner? And why can't this board, Mr. Howard, Dawn Thomas, whoever, call and push to have this done? These people are drinking poison water. This is a public health safety matter. Somebody needs to be pushing to get it done. Well, push more, push, call them 5 times a day. Trust me, if you do that, they'll do it just to shut you up. The people are drinking bad water. You don't want to hire me.
Make the phone calls.
Trust me, you don't want to hire me. I just think it's unconscionable to allow this to continue. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
I'd like to address
Your name
this.
and your hamlet, sir?
My name is Kevin D'Amato.
Kevin Devano?
I live in Aquabog.
Okay, how you doing?
Sure. There's a huge disparity in information or belief from what we hear as citizens and from what you're saying and from what the developer is saying. You're saying that there's going to be no cargo airport there. The developer says there is going to be one. And everyone that I speak with here believes the same thing. If that's the case, can you give us some concrete evidence that that is not going to happen? Because even the Teamsters are on board, and everything that in a Teamster's life is drivable miles. They are against the proposal because they're going to lose those drivable miles. So it makes sense from their point of view, just deducting that they're expecting it to be a cargo airport as well.
It cannot be a cargo airport without a special permit authorized by the town board. There's not a member on this town board that favors that property being a cargo airport. If after the IDA is done with their process and they say they're not qualified and eligible, comes back to the town board then has the option of voting that contract down, which I would support. I'm not going to speak for my fellow board members, but I think they're all in the same,
I would support that as well.
So if they have the financial...
So that's the process. Now, just hear me out.
Sure.
While we're under contract with them, a contract that nobody on this board voted for. It wasn't even, they weren't even here for that vote. I was the only one here and I voted against it. That contract, if it's determined null and void, then allows us as a town to go out and amend the zoning to forever forbid any commercial airport, any cargo jet port, or anything of the likes on those runways. I would also, when we reevaluate that property and we go to sell that property, I would want to retain ownership of those runways to the town. That way we have 100% control of them. Right now, as it stands, a special permit by the town board could grant an air cargo port there. I don't know what the board makeup is gonna be 6 years from now or 5 years from now. They could come in and say, hey, we want a cargo jet port. I hope they wouldn't. But what I wanna do is when and if this gets nullified and void from the IDA and it comes back into our laps and we vote that contract down, is to amend that zoning, bolster it up, and make it ironclad that there can never, ever be a cargo, commercial, jet port, anything of the likes there. That is the plan, and I can't really go into more detail simply because we have to wait for the IDA to come up with their findings.
Now, if the
That's-
IDA comes back and finds they have the financial wherewithal to do what we have agreed to do, then what?
Well, if that's the case, then we have to look at our options, whether we can still possibly back out of that contract. If we can't, and we have to go forward and honor it, then we have requested of them to do covenants that they would never use that as a commercial airport. They have agreed verbally to do that, but talk is cheap. I've not seen it in writing yet, and they've had it in writing for quite some time. So that would be something that we as a board would request out of them, that they would have to sign covenants to never ever use that as a cargo, jet, or commercial airport.
Okay, so whether the IDA comes back with a yay or nay, it is your position that you're going to fight them on this potential development?
It is my position that if they come back with a nay, meaning that
They don't have the financial
they
will.
don't have a chance to do it, right?
Right.
Then I, and as members of my board had said, we would vote that contract null and void.
And if they come back saying
And
that
if they
they are...
come back with a yay, then we have to explore our legal options as to what we can and what we can't do.
But they'd
So-
still need to request a special permit,
They
which
still
everyone
need
that
a
sits up here
special
says they ain't
permit.
gonna prove it.
From the town board to have
For
that
cargo.
happen. Nobody on this board is ever gonna give that.
And we gotta make sure that we preserve those 1,050 acres on top of
That's
that.
the other side,
And
but
the
good
sec-
point,
that's
Supervisor.
one thing that you have to make sure, I've been saying that for the last few years. In addition, and we have to look into it, and one of the runways has been decommissioned. It takes a lot to recommission one of those runways, and the board would have something to say on that, and so does the public. In addition, the second runway was kept by the Suffolk County Planning Board. It was kept active, not for cargo, for emergency. So they have to overcome that with the Suffolk County Planning Board. So it's not zoned for cargo. At one point, they were in this room saying it's gonna be cargo. Well, that was fantasy land, because the planes are not coming. I'm gonna show you. They're not coming here.
If you take your time to devote
I'll
yourself,
always be a supervisor, and I'll always be active in my community, and I know where I stand, and I have absolutely no problem coming to this town board, going to Suffolk County, going to Albany, and if I have to go to Washington, and I've been there, I will be there. So I will have a say on that.
Then it just
Okay?
begs to ask, why are we doing, why do we want to go into business with a company that is stating the exact opposite from what you're stating? Why do we consider them a
No
good
one
partner?
you didn't listen, sir. No one in there sitting right
We didn't
here voted
bring
to
that
do that contract. Not one
I'm the
person
only
sitting
one
here.
that was here for that contract,
Yes,
and I
I heard-
voted against it. Nobody here had
No
any
one
say
did.
in that contract.
It's all inherited.
I'm a real estate agent. I know what the property value is. No, it was never assessed. And it still hasn't been assessed, and I'm trying to get an assessment through the IDA. Okay, so
No,
you can't go back in time. We just made a $20 million land acquisition, which was absolutely fabulous for this town and to support this town. That contract, I've never supported it and never will, and I said, I'll be here forever until I'm in my grave. You might see EPCAL, go away EPCAL, on my stone. I could assure you that. And I did buy a plot in Riverhead, so it'll probably be there.
We agree with what everybody here has been saying. We don't disagree with any of that. There is just a process that legally has to play out. And we have to play out the right way in the best interest of the town. That's the bottom line.
So you're prepared to file suit against them for, should IDA give them the yes?
I'm prepared to talk to our attorneys and see what our options are. That's what I'm prepared to do. I'm not gonna say I wanna go out and sue them, because if I say that, now I'm giving them ammunition to use back against me, so I don't say that. What I have to say is we have to see when the IDA makes their determination, and pray to God it's gonna be soon, then we can not talk hypothetically. Then we can talk what our next steps are going to be.
This afternoon,
I
I
appreciate
sent
the
out a
time.
letter to the
Thank you
entire...
for asking those questions.
Yes.
Yeah,
This
thank you.
afternoon, I sent out a letter to the entire IDA board and to all the attorneys involved that I want this resolved as soon as possible, and I want to meet with them as soon as possible. So we are pushing it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Listening to this whole discussion, and everybody's talking about this IDA. Are they the all-powerful organization? Were they elected? Were they appointed? Who are they? How did they come about? I know there's some motions in the, throughout the state to abolish the IDAs in the different counties and towns in New York State. And the reason for that is that they've sold out most of the residents in the towns when they made deals with commercial organizations. Who are these people? Are they God? That we have to wait for them to make a decision as to whether they're going to poison our environment? Who are they? Nobody's mentioned their names, where they come from. Can anybody answer that?
They are
It's staring at
appointed,
me. Who the hell are they?
appointed residents of the town of Riverhead, appointed by the town board.
Okay, who are they? How do we
It's
contact
online.
them?
It's all online.
Go look at the
You can get
IDA.
all the information you want.
And what gives
and I
them
appreciate
the
if you
authority
would
to,
before
you
came
gave
up
them
and
the
spoke.
authority to make these decisions?
You should watch the work sessions that have taken place with the IDA, and it explains and walks you through it. Please go and onto the
Okay,
website and watch.
we were talking about waiting for the IDA. Now, most of the people that I've spoken to in my neighborhood, and a lot of the people here, I think we'd probably be better off if we abolished these people, this organization. What do we need them for? To poison our environment? To put in buildings we don't want? Why are we relying on them to make these grand decisions?
What you need to do is lobby your state legislators.
Oh, I am.
Because
That's
the
happening,
state-
but that's not the point. The point I'm
Because-
making is, don't you have the ability to abolish them?
We do not.
If you appointed them, you could
If-
fire
if-
them, right?
If we abolish, yes, we do have the authority to do that. If we abolish.
Okay, well, we're
Riverhead-
asking you to abolish it.
Would you like to let me finish, please?
Okay.
Thank you. The IDA is appointed by the town board of Riverhead of local residents. If we abolish the Riverhead IDA, any developer that wants to come and build in the town of Riverhead now goes to the Suffolk County IDA. They have complete and full right to do that. And this is why I'm saying you need to lobby your state legislators. If you want to abolish all the IDAs, that's what you would have to do. If we do away with Riverheads, they go to Suffolk County, where we don't have representation of anybody from our town.
Well, you have
So
a
now
lot
I've
more
got
people against what they're
Now we
doing.
have people making decisions for our town that don't live here. It makes no sense whatsoever. So until the state changes it on the state level, this isn't something Riverhead Town Board can do. This is something the state legislature has to do. And it can be done if you lobby them. It can be done if we all lobby them.
Why can't you direct the IDA, since you hired them and appointed them?
We don't have the authority to direct the IDA
It's
in
a
any
separate
matter.
entity.
Wait a minute, you
We
just
don't
told me
have
that you
the authority
appointed
by
them and that
state
you
law
could...
to direct the
But
IDA.
what, you just
This
said...
town board does not have the authority to do that.
They're under
So this
state
is a
guidelines.
rogue organization, is what you're
Once
saying?
they're appointed, they work independently, and we have no control
So
over
they're
them.
Under
rogue.
state guidelines.
It's a rogue organization
No,
with no
under state
controls.
guidelines, under the same state guidelines that the Suffolk County operates under. Yeah,
So we've
They
got
operate
this
under the
group
state
of people
guidelines.
yeah, they do, yeah.
who are, you've appointed, who are basically dictating back to you and us what they're gonna do. That's what you're saying to me. And you have no control over what they're dictating back to you to do.
That is absolutely correct.
Well, that's madness.
That's how the system works, sir. You gotta change it with the state, and that's why I suggest to you, lobby your state legislators. These are the laws that we have to deal with. We didn't
And
make
they
them,
also-
we
they
don't
also
agree
have
with
the
them, but we
ability-
have to work
Who
with
gives
them.
Who gives the tax abatements? Who recommends tax abatements for developers?
The IDA.
The IDA. So they are directly affecting what we pay for taxes when our taxes are going to go up now for Riverhead Town. What was it in the paper today? 5.2% for next year?
4.86.
Okay, listen, where's the so they're saying we're gonna give you an abatement, and you don't have to pay taxes for 10 years if you build this grand structure over here, and we're gonna make a whole load of money on it, but the residents who live here, who have to pay the taxes, send their kids to school, have to pay for their way. I say abolish the IDA and let it go to
All right,
Suffolk.
you've
They'll
been
have
up
more
twice
people against
before.
it.
We gotta move on with this meeting. Yes.
My name's Barbara Ripple, and I live in Calverton, and I've lived here for a whole year. And I am amazed, since I'm an American historian, at the lack of democracy, little d. Anyway, to finish what the gentleman before me was saying, when I came to the last IDA meeting, I got up and I said, they don't have signs like this. And I said, I have no idea who you are, what your expertise is, what you care about, who you're connected with. I don't know anything about, you know, the legitimacy of you serving on this board. And that's nice. That's what they said, and I sat down. No response. I didn't see any responses to Mr. McAuliffe's question about each of you giving a point on how you feel or how you're going to vote on this. So I'm seeing a huge wall here. What I really came to talk about, though, was water. I grew up with my father working for Grumman, as almost all the kids that I knew did, and he worked out in Calverton. I worked out in Calverton in the summertime. I was told, and this giving away my age, probably 40, 50 years ago, not to drink the water, that the water was all polluted. I went to a meeting at the motel over there, and the Navy said, water's bad there. So if you build all these huge buildings, which I don't think there'll be as many people with jobs in it that is projected, but still they'll want to drink water. What are you going to do about water? You're going to take it from the rest of the communities around here? Or are you going to let them drink poisoned water? This is a huge problem. And I have not seen, and I look carefully, any kind of environmental study about the water, the noise, the pollution, all those kinds of things about this project. So I'd like to see that, and I'd like you all to comment on such things, because that's essential to my living here. What's going to happen to the value of my house when there are planes going on and trucks going down Middle Road? This is all too complicated for saying, oh, this is a good project. We're going to make money off of it. We can give tax abatement. We can do this. We can do that. Well, no, not for these people. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else on CDA matters? Dawn?
Two on Zoom.
Make yourself comfortable, Tim. Yeah, okay. Okay.
Hasn't she already taken a 5-minute segment? From 5 to 5, she's already.
Hi, everybody. My name's Ellen Hoyle. I'm from Riverhead, New York. And I've been taking notes, and I've got so many notes now. I don't barely know where to start. The first point I'd like to make is the town supervisor made a comment that she had emailed and sent messages to everybody involved in the IDA about how she wanted results. That seems to sound a lot like you're influencing a supposedly independent agency. But the other thing, one other thing, and these are going to be random thoughts because I've been writing so fast. Tim said that the property was that the property was valued by a professional before it was sold. However, now you're each contradicting each other because the town supervisor says it was never assessed before or after the purchase. So which is the answer?
Town
I don't
supervisor
expect
was
it-
not here when that property was assessed.
But I'm sure she's looked into it since then. She's
It
a
was
realtor.
assessed prior to her coming in.
I'm sure she's looked into it since then, Tim. Okay, why do you think that the runways need a special permit when they were previously already used for aeronautics? Why do you think that would suddenly need a special permit? It's already zoned for aeronautics. Also, as far as the contract, yes, we all admit you guys didn't vote for the contract. However, Tim, let's own to the fact that you found a company qualified and eligible based on flimsy financials, which were almost non-existent other than a note from their mom that said, yes, we may give them money. So you do need to own that one, Tim. Also, it's not the job of the IDA to approve the purpose or whether or not the purpose can be done, and it's also not the job of the IDA to find somebody qualified and eligible to complete the job. Their only purpose is to find out whether or not they qualify for tax breaks. That's their only job. The fact that you people are foisting this on the IDA is just shirking your responsibilities as far as I'm concerned. The other thing is, let's see. Tim made the comment about special permit, about how if you purchase a piece of property, you can do whatever you want so long as it's within zoning. And I agree with that. That's true. You can do that. However, land speculation is called speculation for a reason. If I buy a piece of property and I don't have variances, and I don't have town code for it, I shouldn't be able to do whatever I want on it. However, you guys give out special permits and variances like they're candy around here. Own that. As far as the water issue goes, the comment was made that you couldn't fund the money up front, but the money was apportioned. It seems to me that if you can transfer money from the reserves to general fund to cover a budget issue, you can do it for water. Also, what's the plan to avoid the spread of the plume for the PFAS once they start digging on that land? I think that's pretty much everything I have to cover for the CDA.
Okay, thank you for your comments. Anyone else? One more?
I'm Sarah Jones, and I live in
There's somebody on Zoom first.
sorry.
Wait, I decide, we were gonna call this person, it takes a few minutes. Just hold on a second. It's my meeting, okay, so let her come up, or whoever it is. Yeah, thank you, I appreciate it. We have somebody that's coming up, and we don't stop them in the middle. Because we have to disconnect them, put them back up, and that's our meeting, so, thank you.
You're on, Angela.
Okay,
Good evening, it's Angela DeVito from South Jamesport.
good evening.
How are you doing? I would like to also weigh in on the fact of, yes, 3 of you were not voters on the original contract in 2017. Tim was the only town board member that was. But to realize that what has been pointed out, when he voted qualified and eligible, that is what gave life to this contract and to the drama that we have been subject to for the last 6 to 7 years here. So that vote on qualified and eligible was actually the pivotal vote that, and his support for this project going forward. One of the things that also I think perhaps would be help clarify for the audience that's there tonight and has raised some questions with you, is that there was an opportunity. The town was responsible for securing a subdivision of the lands that we wish to sell. And without that subdivision, and without also the special permit from the DEC for the Scenic and Wildlife River Act permit that we needed, we couldn't go forward with the sale. At that point in time, we had the opportunity to back out of this contract, and instead, we punted it over to the IDA for their deliberations. So the drama that we have today, the confusion that's out there, the anger, all of that is because the town board did not do its job when it had the opportunity. The other thing is that, Madam Chairman, you said that you sent a letter to the IDA. Is this a second letter that you sent? Because I'm aware of one that was sent, you sent on behalf of the town board a couple of weeks ago, I believe, to the IDA with similar request of them. Is this a second letter that you've sent now, or is it just the original?
Angela, yes, it was. I sent one, asking to see if there's gonna be a resolution soon. It was an inquiry letter, and the one I sent out today, it was asking to please advise where they stand as far as resolving this issue, that too much time has passed. Something
And
along
was that
that
sent-
line, but it was an email, and I did send it. I actually sent the thread, so in it, I just forwarded so they can be reminded. Not one person responded to me, on the board or the attorneys. And
Was
so
that
I
sent
waited
out-
3
that was
weeks.
sent out- Was that sent out on behalf of the board again?
No,
or
it was just sent
you
out
had-
on me, and I included the last email to show that nobody responded and that I'm waiting.
Okay. The other question of, our loss of a locally controlled industrial development agency to a larger governmental authority such as Suffolk County, and that would be harmful. We would lose our ability to make our own decisions is a rather parochial point of view, because if we look at our 4 eastern towns, okay, East Hampton, Shelter Island, Southold, Southampton, they do not have their own local IDA. And the Suffolk County IDA has not harmed those towns by making decisions or having people make decisions who don't know their towns. So having a local IDA at this point in time in Riverhead's history has not been to our benefit. So thank you for allowing me to comment. I look forward to the rest of the town board meeting.
Thank you for your comments. Okay, so yes, now, moving forward, name and capital, please. Yes.
Hi, my name's Sarah Jones. I live in Calverton.
Okay.
I just wanted to point out to you that I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, all of these people who came here today are opposed to the development of this property in this manner. Am I correct? And I just wanted to say, that's the reason that we're here and not home in our homes tonight, not just for your lovely company, but we really came to say, we've had enough of this, and I know that you know that there's petitions going around, and there's a lot of opposition to this. I also want to point out one little thing that hasn't been mentioned. We had very wonderful people here that represented the fire department. These are volunteers, volunteer firemen. What happens on something to this scale when it's volunteer fire? I know they're gonna have, sprinkler systems, whatever but still, this is such a drain on our community as volunteers. Just a little thing to point out, that our firemen are really, very important. And that's one of the things that I want to stress.
Well, Sarah, thank you. I understand, but fire suppression and fire availability is part of the studies that has to be completed.
Exactly.
And I fully understand, you can't just come in and build, huge structures and not have to fire suppression. fire availability, equipment, that's a critical component, and that's part of the planning process.
Right, because,
That's
they're
correct.
talking about water, we want to know, all this water,
It has
water,
to.
yeah.
Absolutely.
It's part of the EPA, you have to, I just want to make sure that our
And
firemen
most of
are
our
protected.
firefighters are our residents, their
Yes,
kids go to
exactly.
school.
Exactly.
You know, they
So I
work
just
here,
wanted to
they
make
work
sure
in
that
wherever it
they're
is.
honored.
So they are part of the community, I understand, thank you. Anyone else?
Ma'am, you already came forward. We have to give other people a chance, so we're not gonna do duplicate. Does somebody else want
Yeah,
to
this
speak?
is your second time, so
we're not.
anybody else
There's a
that can
5-minute
come
limit
forward.
on every. Ms. McCullough, you
Okay,
had
we
your
have-
5 minutes. Thank
We
you.
have public hearings to go through, so we have a very, very long agenda. So, excuse me, man, McCall, if you're coming back for the what, the third time?
All right, I'll say it later.
We have a,
All right, I'm not going to even use my,
okay, anybody else? We need to move forward to our public hearings.
IDA board members' names, it's on the website.
Okay, of course, it's always been on the website, that's not new, so go ahead.
Thank you,
Dawn?
Dawn.
Seeing no further comments, we can close the CDA meeting and open the town board meeting. So we need a
Make a
motion
motion to
and a
close.
second.
Can I get a second?
Second.
Okay, we have Rothwell.
Done. Got it.
Got a motion and a
Thank you.
second?
Yes.
Yes.
Rothwell.
Yes.
Bayrat.
Yes.
Hubbard.
Yes.
Aguirre.
Yes.
Okay, CDA is closed and town board is open.
Okay, so I didn't make an announcement further, and I know that people actually were texting me asking what it's about. So we had a little renaming of Second Street. Initially, there was a street in between the two buildings, we thought that was it. And then somebody said it was Second Street. It was just a ceremonial thing, we weren't changing the names of the street. You can just like you see in Simonson's Way, right, in Jamesport, it says Simonson. So that's all we're gonna do, so we got the result in. And we checked with the board, the majority of the board is gonna agree with, choice number 1, which is Second Street. That was 10 votes out of 63. Judge Alan Smith got 9, however, on October 24th at 1 PM, in front of this building, we're gonna dedicate this building as the future justice court, so that pretty much knocked them out. And then the third one was Sister Margaret Smith, so we're gonna stay with the name of Second Street.
All two wonderful, wonderful people, awesome people in our community.
Yes, and we could not, change, we didn't wanna change it officially, because you would have to change all the law firms, and there's a lot of businesses there. And you're not gonna change law firms and clients, and so we were just gonna do a ceremony. So that was, we went with number 1, that's what's gonna be, so it's been announced, and we move forward, and thank you, everyone. There was some very interesting, names that were submitted, and thank you for participating and moving forward. We're awaiting the minutes from the transcriptionist regarding the last town board meeting. We don't have them, so we're gonna move forward, and Diane, we're gonna move on to correspondence and reports, please.
Sure. Under correspondence, Barbara Cataletto from New York Citizens Audit sent a letter. The Greater Jamesport Civic Association sent 2 letters. One was a letter of thanks for improvements to the George Young Community Center, and the other was regarding the Celtic Quest at East Creek Marina. Meredith Ritter sent a letter with concerns regarding RIDA and the outcome of the EPCAL deal. Daniel Sullivan sent a letter regarding the battery energy storage systems and business relationship. Under reports, the tax receiver September utility collection report, $795,021.34. Town clerk September monthly report, $14,586.25. The audit of the 2022 statement of cash receipts, cash disbursements, and cash balances for Justice Court was submitted, and the other submission was the audit of the 2022 Town of Riverhead financial statements.
All right, great, thank you. So we're gonna move on, we have 4 public hearings today. The first 2 are continuation from the last public hearing. Quite often we hear from the public saying, why not do the public hearing, especially something that's important, critical to this town, do it at 6 o'clock. So we started it at 12, when we realized it was posted for 2 PM meeting, then we decided to continue it at a 6 PM, which will be today, to get everybody, the entire public, the opportunity. So we're going to go now, and we're going to open up a public hearing. The first public hearing was scheduled for 6 o'clock. The time now is 7:35, and we're going to open a public hearing for the continuation of the prior public hearing from October 3rd regarding Calverton Industrial Moratorium. For this, I'll invite Matt Charters, our planner, to come forward and again review this matter for us. Good evening, Matt.
Hello. All right, very briefly, went into a little bit more depth the first time, but this is a continuation. The moratorium draft has been available. Is that a little bit better? Good. All right, so the draft local law has been available for the past few weeks on the town's website. I don't want to get too in-depth on this, but this is a 6-month moratorium in the hamlet of Calverton. The moratorium states neither the town board, planning board, zoning board, nor any departments shall process, review, and/or take any action on development applications, including but not limited to site plan applications, special permit applications, major subdivision applications, industrial subdivision applications, as well as applications for use and area variances located with the Industrial A, Industrial B, and Industrial C zoning use districts within the hamlet of Calverton. During the
Matt,
more.
can you just pause for a minute, just
Yes.
for a correction, because on our order of our agenda.
Oh, was batteries first?
It's showing battery first, so.
Gotcha.
I'm fine doing it either way, but I just want to make sure the public is clear what you're talking
Okay,
about.
so I have it here on my notes. The first public hearing is, so we're just going to stick with my notes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know, but I'm
So
reading from
just
my notes.
for the public,
Yeah.
you are talking about the
Calverton.
industrial area.
Yeah, Calverton is the
Just to
supervisor
be
in
clear,
charge.
thank
Yeah.
you, continue on.
You're
Sorry.
welcome. So Industrial A, Industrial B, Industrial C zoning use districts within the hamlet of Calverton during the moratorium period. No application shall be accepted pursuant to Chapter 301, establishing receiving sites for Pine Barrent credits and other identified development credits during the period of the moratorium. So like I said, 6 months, and this is a continuation, so my recommendation would be for any members of the public who haven't spoken already, give them the opportunity to speak first, and then if people have additional comments, I would go to those members.
Okay, anyone from the public want to come forward? Okay, she got pulled back by Toki, so who's coming up next? I guess you're a little organized, so good. So go ahead, your name and your hamlet, or
Sure.
who you're representing?
Sure. Good evening. Good evening. My name is Jen Hartnagel, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Group for the East End. We fully support the town board moving immediately to adopt a moratorium on the industrial development in the Calverton area. Group for the East End has been in support of the moratorium, and we stand with the rest of the community and the organizations that have been lobbying for this for well over a year now. It seems that there's a stigma surrounding the word moratorium when it's discussed by this board at times. If utilized appropriately, which in this case it is and it's warranted, it's an acceptable, lawful planning tool that's routinely used by other townships. Your planners and attorneys have argued the same. The Suffolk County Planning Commission routinely supports land use moratoriums for these types of scenarios. We're not advocating for a moratorium as a method to stop development or screw up the planning process or cheat developers out of money. We are advocating for a stopgap so that the town can appropriately plan for the historic, enormous amount of development that's proposed in the midst of your comprehensive planning process, which is set to address this issue. Why waste money on a comp plan if the town continues to approve projects that are in direct contradiction to what's going to be recommended? It makes 0 sense. Instead of worrying about business owners and how they will be impacted and getting caught up in the stigma that's been created, it's really time to worry about the community as a whole. We live here, we breathe here, we spend our money here. We want to continue to enjoy the quality of life that we all deserve. Please, please consider what not taking action will look like at this time and act responsibly in favor of enacting this moratorium. Thank you.
Good, thank you for your comment. Anyone else want to come forward?
Good evening again, Claudette Bianco, Bating Hollow. not only do I support the moratorium, I am requesting that tonight you vote on it. Not a resolution, vote on it. The public has wanted this for more than 2 years. You have discussed it, we have discussed it ad nauseum. It should be voted on tonight.
Thank you for
Thank
your
you.
comment. Anybody else? Toki, who's next? Okay. Okay.
I'm Cindy Clifford from Riverhead. Nice to see you here, Frank. I'm surprised Bob's not here. I am here again to voice my support for an industrial development moratorium in the hopes that we can save Riverhead from losing more of what we love about living here. Let's review the objections. Once upon a time, a warehouse was a great cavernous storage facility, averaging about 16,000 square feet, about a tenth the size of Costco. It sat primarily dormant, no need for massive parking lots or redesigned roadways to accommodate a constant parade of 18-wheelers. If that's what we were looking for at Calverton, I don't think there'd be a big pushback or desperation to put on the brakes. But we're looking at the 2023 version of a warehouse, which is now more accurately described as a logistical distribution center. To give you an idea of how different this new breed of warehouses is, HK Ventures alone, which is just one of the 4 or 5 projects coming our way, will total about 412,000 square feet. That's almost the size of 3 Costcos. And there will be nothing dormant about this property once it's up and running. And there's more bad news. Just for AK Ventures property alone, we're looking at clear cutting down and paving over about 30 acres of woods and meadows. And even worse, a warehouse is already being exempted from the moratorium that we're here talking about again. So whether or not we get a moratorium, the town board has still irreparably bulldozed and damaged a corner of Calverton that will never be the same. And what exactly is the benefit to our town? Certainly more traffic, congestion, pollution, as we convert open space to an active transport hub, maybe a couple of minimum wage jobs. We're talking a potential of over 100 million square feet in the works, over 2,000 acres of logistical distribution centers. Imagine the size of hundreds and hundreds of Costcos in the Route 25 Edwards Avenue area in Calverton. How could our town board have let these projects move forward to begin with? Meanwhile, for the past year or more, residents have come to public hearings, have stuck around to make public comments, have written letters, have worn safety vests and carried signs trying to get our message across. And not only did the town board ignore what we wanted and proceeded to move these projects ahead, but most likely, for the first time in the town's history, you even voted unanimously against holding a public hearing on a moratorium for warehouses. But now, just a couple of weeks before the election, with no warehouse signs everywhere, are we to believe that you've had a change of heart, maybe grown a conscience, that you suddenly care about what the residents want, that you care about the land? If that's the case, then I am also requesting you close the window for public comments, which you've been getting for a year or so, and go ahead and vote tonight. And if for some previously unknown or non-existent reason you are unwilling or unable to, then I would request a roll call or a straw vote. Go on record right now to let this public hearing, let the public hear your true intentions.
Are you done?
It's my request.
Okay, thank you.
Would you like to do that now?
Huh?
Would you like to do that now?
Do what?
Take a vote right now. Were you not listening?
Yeah, I'm listening. I just want to make sure that you got it right. You're out of sequence. The vote, there is a process for taking a vote. This is a public meeting for your comments, not to indicate, are we taking a vote and where people are voting. We're taking all your comments and it's going to follow the process.
Okay.
I'm the presiding officer and I will follow the process.
Would you like to do a straw poll right now?
Thank you for your comment.
Would you like to do a straw poll?
Excuse me?
Okay, I'm sure I'm not the only one that would like to see you stand on this. But
Okay,
since you're
Cindy,
not going to actions, speak louder than words.
This is a public hearing.
Thank
We
you.
want to hear what you have to say, not become confrontational. Take a vote right now. It's not the proper action that for any legislation. So anyone else want to come forward?
My name's Danielle Kilfoyle, and I live in Calverton. I'm here to support the moratorium on industrial development in Calverton. Members of this board who are against the moratorium on industrial development in Calverton have argued one point over and over, and that's that we need the tax base, which I don't agree with. Riverhead Town.
I don't want to interrupt you. Who do you represent? Are you a resident or you?
Yeah, I live in Calverton.
Oh, you live, okay, good.
Yeah.
No problem, great.
Riverhead Town already hosts the bulk of the industrial development for the entire east end of Long Island. Tax revenue from large-scale industrial developments isn't free money. Hosting development comes at a cost, and it's a cost that's ultimately paid by the tax-paying residents of this town. Year after year, our taxes increase. This shows me that the immense development that Riverhead already hosts is costing too much. The town is taking on new development to pay for the adverse effects previous development has had on this community, which is not economically sustainable. Increasing the tax base by taking on more development doesn't address the root of the problem. To me, the root of the problem is that our infrastructure is overloaded and our outdated zoning fails to protect us from overdevelopment. Local legislation needs to address the root of the problem, not just respond to the symptoms. Our code needs to change, and at the rate we're going, it's going to take a lot longer than 6 months. A 6-month moratorium is a start, but the time frame is insufficient. It seems the comprehensive plan will not be completed until spring. The public has been told for years that the comprehensive plan will address our concerns. But the comprehensive plan is only as good as the policies you actually enact. The comprehensive plan has been a dumping ground for excuses on why local government has failed to protect us. We rely on this board to actually make the changes we need to protect our community. Residents have been calling for a moratorium for years and we've been ignored. I hope that today, that this hearing will push you to change. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Chip, do we have anyone online? John, he's bringing somebody up.
Okay,
if you don't mind, it takes a couple of seconds.
No, that's fine, I just.
Yeah, because then you have to undo them, bring them back up.
No,
Okay.
not intervening, I just wanted to.
Okay.
You to know that.
Stretch your legs.
Hello, my name's Ellen Hoyle. I'm from Riverhead, New York. And I'm hoping that the town board will approve a moratorium. However, I don't think that 6-month moratorium is sufficient, as it will only get us 3 or 4 months past January 1st when the new supervisor comes into place, whether it's Tim or Angela or somebody else. The moratorium should be put in place until the comprehensive plan is completed and it can address the concerns of the residents, as it's been said over and over again. Comprehensive plan has been purposely pushed back over and over again with no set date of completion. The other argument that's being made is about the warehouses and whether or not there's a difference between a warehouse and a logistical hub, and that these are just warehouses. According to Black's Law Dictionary, a warehouse is a place adapted to the reception and storage of goods and merchandise. It is not geared towards the input and expedition of goods in a short period of time. I would suggest that the town take up this moratorium as soon as possible, and that the vote, if not held tonight, be held at the earliest possible convenience to the residents. Thank you.
Thank you.
John McAuliffe from Rolling Woods. On procedure, I don't know how you can do it, but I think the concern is that people want to get you actually on record now with some concern that once the election has happened, that this moratorium proposal might just disappear. So that's what's going on. That's why people are asking you whether it's a straw vote or actually moving to the resolution tonight, that you know, there's a history on this that goes back now for a year on a moratorium. So if you can find a way to address that of putting your positions publicly there, I think that would be helpful, even if it's not a formal vote. I want to talk again about what I talked about 2 weeks ago, which is the fact that the moratorium itself is great. The language, in furtherance of this point, the town board recognizes that proper planning requires a carefully thought-out review process and analysis that balances the need for job creation and economic growth while preserving the rural character, natural environment, agricultural land, and agricultural heritage, which defines the town as whole, as well as the hamlet of Calverton. Now, that's wonderful, and everybody will support that, but there is this little problem, which is paragraph C, in which the engine coming down the tracks is exempted from this moratorium. And, I mean, the language is a little strange, and it says site plan applications that have received final approval are exempted. Well, actually, at least the way the Riverhead Local reported it, HK Ventures did not get final approval. It got preliminary approval. Now, I'm told that there's all kinds of technical things going on, but it seems to me that that in and of itself would be the basis for simply doing away with that paragraph. The reason, the substantive reason, I have another audio-visual or chart, but this one won't fall down. This, you probably saw in the local. You saw in the local a different picture, which is the picture from the front end. This is from the back end. What's interesting in this picture is the big tractor trailers that don't show up in the other picture. We're talking about 412,000 square feet. Each of the warehouse buildings that the Germasians are talking about in their first project are 300,000 square feet. So it's bigger than that. Now, maybe they'll say, well, this is a series of connected warehouses. The point is it's still 412,000 square feet, which as total space is 2/3 of the total space that the Germasians are planning to build. So it really doesn't make any sense to find an exemption, a technical reason to exempt the biggest project that's going to affect the whole Route 25 and the traffic area, and is coincidentally has a joint border with EPCAL. I mean, it's really almost a technicality that it's not EPCAL in terms of its effect on the environment of Riverhead, and especially the environment of Calverton. It sort of undermines the seriousness of the moratorium if you're saying we're going to do a moratorium, but we're going to allow through the back door this major project of 412,000 square feet. So I think that you would meet the spirit of your resolution by simply eliminating, before you pass the resolution, eliminating that paragraph and let HK fall under the same limits that all of the other projects would. Practically, they ain't putting any, as I said last time, they're not putting any shovels in the ground because there is the limit, unless they win in court, there is the limit that the planning board did put in place as far as the construction, the reconstruction of the intersection. So I think in principle, it would be a much stronger document if you took out that paragraph. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your comments. Anyone else?
Yeah, I'll try to be quicker than last time.
Okay, appreciate that.
Yeah, I just wanted to redirect your focus.
Just give us your name and your hamlet again in case
Okay,
somebody
yeah,
just
sure.
zero in. Okay,
Van
that way
Howell.
they can, okay.
Riverside Drive.
Go ahead. It goes for the record, so.
Oh, my name, Van, V-A-N, Howell, H-O-W-E-L-L.
Okay, thank you.
No relation to the Old Town Board meeting.
Okay.
Cool. I just wanted to say, there was all that talk, this is related to the moratorium, but it seems like the moratorium, 6 months is an absolute minimal time, and the moratorium that's proposed, although it's quite eloquent, the write-up that it got, is, just the minimal bit of common sense that would be expected in this situation. And I just wanted to say that maybe a little bit of that time could be devoted to some basic rethinking. Think of the town of Riverhead as a microcosm of the whole friggin' planet, right? And right now, we just heard about how we're gonna solve the water problems in Manorville. Okay, later on, it turned out it was only talking about 60 houses or so, which could be served by the deep aquifers that we've got. But, water isn't being made. Fresh water is not coming into the aquifers hardly. And we're basically talking about using up everything that we've got. It's never going to get replaced. Any ecosystem that we pave over right now is never going to grow back for at least 1 million years because of the long-term effects of clearance and pavement and things like that. So this is like, the one chance there is to do something right. I had a meeting with the Democratic candidate, Angela, I forgot her last name, but I just happened to run into her, and we had a talk about things, and she was saying how Riverhead is like the last town that has land that's big enough to put a warehouse on, and she was talking about the importance, the priority being to make sure there's a good cash flow that goes back into the community instead of any surplus funds that are generated going somewhere else. And that's true, but it seems to me that we've got a problem here where we think of finance as the base of the pyramid, as if that's where reality is and that everything grows from finances. That's an upside down pyramid, right? And, we never hear about all the pyramids that the first kings of Egypt got wrong because they built them with a point down, right? We don't hear about them because they didn't get very far. The base of the pyramid is nature, which in any science at all, is defined as reality, right? That's being realistic, is putting nature first and then putting everything else in that context, and then gradually you get up to a financial system which is on a really solid foundation because it's got all this other stuff working for it underneath, but if we squander the nature that we've got here, that's the effort to get more fresh water in to replace what we just squandered and lost and didn't plan for. That's, we're just putting off the day of reckoning to the point where there won't be any reckoning because it'll be impossible to do the reckoning, because too much stuff will be paved over and screwed up. Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Okay, anybody online?
Hi, good evening, Angela DeVito again, South Jamesport resident. I am adding to previous testimony that I do support a moratorium on warehouses as well as logistical distribution centers here. But because we've been waiting for this for quite a long time, the residents here in the town, and it is about time that we do this. But I would temper my support only if we use a moratorium as the planning tool that it actually is. And with that, putting a time limit on it of 6 months already shortens or abbreviates our ability to truly apply this great planning tool for our future here in the town. So I would support having the moratorium extended, the period extended there. The other thing I am a bit concerned about is that in the spirit of the language of the moratorium, that we are going to not allow any action on any development applications, and then we put in an exclusion clause. If we're going to have a moratorium, there should be no exclusions whatsoever. And I know the last time that you held a public hearing, it was explained to the public that there is only one project that possibly could fall under this exclusion clause, but that is never an absolute for us. So I would say remove that clause as you go forward with this. And also I think you should expedite the process to arrive at a vote on the moratorium, because you will not be voting on this until November 9th, possibly at your next meeting, if you, the period of open period, when you decide to close the hearing, and that sort. So I would suggest and urge you as a town board to hold a special meeting just on this moratorium and have your resolution and vote on it before the November 9th meeting. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for your comments. Chip?
Supervisor, I'm just going to jump in here real quick. The proposed moratoriums, both battery energy storage and the industrial moratoriums, were submitted to the Suffolk County Planning Commission earlier this month. Under the general municipal law, we are required to give that agency 30 days to review our proposed action. They have not given us recommendations yet. Their 30 days will likely run into the beginning of November. Their next regular meeting is November 1st. So I wouldn't anticipate being able to give this board clearance based on their recommendations until after that November 1st meeting.
Okay, Chip?
Good evening, Mike Foley, Reeves Park. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Good evening, Mike Foley, Reeves Park. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we
Yes.
can. Go ahead, Mike.
Thank you. I speak in favor of a moratorium, and I just want to go back for the last couple of attempts, I guess starting with the planning board that had a unanimous request that was not taken up by the board. And at one time shortly after that, Tim attempted to put a public hearing together to speak about a moratorium. It was seconded by Frank. And when it came to a vote, Tim and Frank, as I recall, voted in favor of a public hearing, and it was defeated by Yvette, Bob, and Ken. So I think this is certainly a step forward. At least now this is coming to the floor. I am an avid reader of Riverhead Local, and Tim has been quoted many times as saying he has spoken to the entire board, one-on-one, I'm sure, and that he is confident that he has a majority that will support a 6-month moratorium on industrial development, and that's why that time frame was selected. It was what I believe, and Tim, please correct me if I'm wrong, that's what you could get the third vote for. So that's what you settled on, and it's a start. And what will happen over the next 6 months will happen. Elections happen. There are going to be 2 new town board members, and there's going to be a new supervisor. So a majority of the people on the town board are going to be replaced or a change in title come January the 1st. I think the only thing we can do right now is get this in place in accordance with the time frames that Eric Thanks has mentioned, and we'll move it from there. So, Rome wasn't built in a day. This should have been done a while ago. Ken, I have to say, you're with us for the next couple of years. I hope this is the last time that a vote on a public hearing is rejected by you. I think it's real important that when people take the time to show up and 2 board members put it forward, that the people are heard. The people are going to be heard on this. They're being heard on it right now. It's a long night. It could have happened 6 months ago. You with us another 2 years at least, Ken. I sure hope that this is the last time that you will vote against a public hearing, and I hope that you will support the moratorium as well. Thank you.
So Mike, let me just respond. I voted for this public hearing, number one, and
Yes, we
because
did.
things were changed, it was unanimously voted to have these public hearings.
It was.
What is different in my perspective of some time ago is that we've come up with a great potential to initiate TDR credits. When we ask developers to abide by the current town code, they still have the right to go before the ZBA, and the ZBA does grant variances, and I have continually requested that not take place. And so by putting a TDR program in place to protect our farmers, so that if, in fact, a developer is requesting a variance to go higher, they'd have to purchase TDR, which creates a balance of agricultural protection and development at the same time. It was not a component in our last discussions, and I commend Councilman Hubbard for putting this forward, because I think this is potentially a great way to, in fact, protect agricultural preservation while also sustaining a good tax base. So Councilman Hubbard did a lot of work on this. I commend him for it. I support him on this endeavor.
Thanks for your response.
Any development in industrial also affects any properties also, so it's good to know that we're gonna work with the TDRs, and we should have been doing that ahead of time anyway, but, moving forward, do you have anybody else? Yes. Let me wait, anybody from the public wanna come forward before we get anyone on the internet? No? Okay. That's it. Who do you have? Okay.
I have a follow-up question as Ken has mentioned TDR credits. The purchase of TDR credits is to be used, the money is to be used for purchase of open space. Is that my understanding? When was the last time Riverhead made a large purchase of open space? For
That would be,
preservation?
was Anne Marie around, because she's the one that works on our open space.
Good evening, Anne Marie Predicti, Deputy Town Attorney. The last two largest tracts were 300 acres, partnering with the County of Suffolk, North Fork Preserve, and also property along the Peconic River, just opposite Cromer Avenue. And I think that was about 70 acres, but don't quote me on that. Also, Ellen, just for the record, TDRs really refer to the transfer of development rights. And those transfer of development rights typically come from agricultural lands. So the TDRs are preserving specifically agricultural lands, not open space, typically.
And how does that preservation happen then?
So what would happen is if a developer was seeking to increase density, then, and there's a provision in the code that allows for increased density with the transfer of development rights.
I understand the concept of the TDRs, but my question then is, how does that translate then into preservation?
If you would let me just get to
Okay.
that point.
Okay.
So, the developer then would contract with the farmer to purchase the development rights. A conservation easement would be placed over those lands that are subject to the development rights and preserved in perpetuity for agricultural production. The development density would then be transferred to the developer to be used for his or her particular project.
In designated areas.
My question, my follow-up question then is this: who keeps track of those development easements?
The planning department, we have a book on those.
Okay, And so how many easements of development have been done, preserved over the last, say, 5 years?
Okay, just, you have to be specific, not how
Okay.
many easements protecting farmland, because we have numerous ways of preservation of farmland. We have purchase of
Okay.
development rights, we have
So-
cluster development, no, you have to
Okay,
be
go ahead.
specific. So if you're talking about transfer of development rights, I would ask you to provide research and a supplement to that, because I'll go in the book and I'll determine how many acres through the transfer of development rights preserved
Okay.
agricultural lands.
So going back to those 2 pieces of property you mentioned at the beginning, when were those done?
Ellen, I have them all on a list, and they're actually all public in the update to the Community Preservation Fund project plan, which was done a year ago. So again, I don't have that in front of me, but it is available. It's been made available to the public. It's been published to the public.
Okay.
Anything else?
Nope, that's it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else want to come forward? Nobody? That's it? Okay, does the board have any other comments to add? Okay, we're now going to close this public portion section of this hearing. It's going to remain open for 10 days for written comments until 4:30 PM on October 27, 2023, at the town clerk's office. And I want to remind you, I was the one that submitted to the Suffolk County Planning Board the code revision. It is municipal law. We must abide by the law. We should not be voting on it today, and I know there was a big run to vote on it. It will look like we are not acting appropriately as a legislative body, jumping the gun. There is a Suffolk County planning memo that I have made it available at town board meetings, indicating that there is a process, that it has to be submitted. I submitted the code revision myself on both moratoriums, and the Suffolk County Planning Board wrote back to me and my deputy and stated that November 1st was the hearing date for them. So we have to wait. I'm going to leave it open, as we usually leave it open, for 10 days, and we'll await to see the response from the Suffolk County Planning. And it is municipal law, and it's our fiduciary responsibility not to overstep municipal law, especially when they have indicated and have legislation in place indicating that they have to review all moratoriums. So that's where we stand, and I'm gonna follow my notes. I know that the agenda was a little different, guys, so if you don't mind, we're gonna follow my notes, which is,
I think you had very wishful thinking that you were starting the battery at 6 p.m.
I know.
It is now
So now moving forward to our 6 PM, this number 2. It is now 8:12 PM, not the morning. And we're opening up a continuation of a public hearing originally held on October 3rd, 2023, for consideration of a proposed moratorium on battery energy storage system, also known as BESS. And we have back again to debut this issue is Matt Charters, who's here with us. And Matt, can you take it from here, please?
Yes, very briefly, so the public's aware, this is the continuation of a public hearing on a 3-month moratorium for Tier 2 battery energy storage systems. If the public's not familiar with what those are your grid-level storage systems. So power is purchased from the grid, stored in these batteries, and then sold back to the grid at a later time. The town board did go through an extensive review process when adopting this code. It was adopted in the spring. Shortly thereafter, there were several incidents throughout the state, one in East Hampton, 2 upstate. There's been issues with these batteries and fires. The governor's office has enacted a task force to look into the root cause of these fires, so in an abundance of caution, just to take a pause on these development applications until, for a 3-month period, in the hope that we get something from the governor's office. That's really it. Again, I would advise the board to take any new public comments first, and then if someone has additional comments from the last hearing, we'll go to them.
I have a question, Matt.
Sure.
I see that we are in the middle, completing a comprehensive plan.
Yep.
Wasn't there a request by the BFJ to move forward with this and give us their opinion?
Their opinion on the moratorium? Or?
No, yeah, no, on battery energy. if it
So
was
we did,
acceptable.
we did work with BFJ. The town contracted with them to undertake the secret review, so that's who they undertook that process with us, but, I mean, they're looking at all this at the same time with the comprehensive plan. So the idea with both moratoriums is there's a pause on these developments because we are updating the comprehensive plan, so it's working in unison towards the same endpoint.
The pause on this is basically because of the three
Correct.
recent fires.
Yes. It's a
Two
public
upstate,
safety concern.
One in East Hampton.
Yep.
Yes, we did have the comprehensive plan address this separately
Yeah,
and paid them
Correct.
extra to do it.
Correct.
But since then, these fires broke out, and we're just being extra
Correct.
careful in what we do and working alongside NYSERDA and the state to make sure that our code is going to match what New York State comes up with through the findings of this, I keep calling it a task force, but it's
It is, yeah.
a fire
That's fair.
safety type committee put together by Governor Hochul. So.
That's correct. Does that answer your question?
Okay, anyone from the public want to come forward on this matter?
Good evening. My name is Adele Wallach. I'm from Riverhead. I'm here again in support of a moratorium on commercial battery energy storage systems, at least until such time as Riverhead's updated comprehensive plan is in effect and everyone is in agreement what we do and do not want in Riverhead moving forward. Furthermore, I would like to have the exceptions removed so that no battery storage systems are exempt while the moratorium is in place. That these battery storage systems are as yet unproven to be safe, as our fire department is as yet still in need of training and equipment to combat a potential fireball, as the residents have come out again and again and again in opposition to this new and potentially disastrous technology. And as the only favorable support the board has had from the community is a petition from Glenwood residents who were tricked into believing that they were signing to have their electric bills reduced. For all those reasons, you should want a moratorium, but you should always have wanted a moratorium as much as we have. That we are here again to share what we want for our town seems disingenuous. In spite of 2 public hearings in the past year, who knows how many public comments, letters to the board, that all expressed the public's opposition, this town board ignored our concerns and unanimously voted in favor back in April. If what we want didn't matter last fall or last winter or this spring, what could explain your sudden interest in our opinions? Is it just a coincidence that all the decisions you've been making for Riverhead, regardless of what the residents think or feel or say, are causing some problems this election season? Are we once again delaying dinner to troop into town for another public hearing? Not to inform you about what we want, but because you already know, but rather to help you buy time so that weeks before the upcoming election you can appear sympathetic. But maybe you are all suddenly inexplicably in favor of implementing a moratorium so that we all can look closer at what and where and if we want to build these battery storage facilities. If that is the case, then I'm asking you set a vote for November 1st, 2nd, or 3rd. And will you agree? And if for some previously unknown or non-existent reason you are unwilling or unable to do so, then I would request a roll call, a straw vote right now so that this public hearing lets the public hear your true intentions. Thank you.
Okay, anybody else? Chip, do we have anyone? I think we have somebody coming on.
Yep.
Just give us a second. Okay.
Hi, my name's Ellen Hoyle. I'm from Riverhead.
Okay.
I'm gonna read from a document, mostly, with little very paraphrasing, from a company called EPRI, which was published in September of 2021 on behalf of Carver, Massachusetts, which was looking to put in BESS systems. The name of the article is Proactive First Responder Engagement for Battery Energy Storage System Owners and Operators. It's a technical brief looking at the environmental aspects of fuel distributed generation and energy storage. The technical brief starts with battery energy storage systems have an important role to play in the future of the electric grid, but only if they can be designed, operated, and decommissioned in an environmentally responsible, safe, reliable, and affordable manner. The evolution of BESS and associated technologies is occurring faster than the development of safety codes and standards can be created. Many options for safety design actions and emergency planning processes are important and available despite ongoing updates and flux in the code development process. Consideration of these options during BESS development is increasingly important as more than 30 large-scale BESS sites across the world have varied designs and applications have experienced catastrophic failures in the past 4 years alone. Issues such as subjective nature of safety evaluations and the observation that ownership models can determine safety management and responsibilities also play a role in a robust safety management system. There is a great need for insight, guidelines, and best practices for creating safe and effective BESS designs and use. There is a great need for clear and effective communication of that information to a range of necessary stakeholders, including first responder organizations who must be prepared to safely mitigate emergency events such as destructive fires if a failure occurs. Under their recommendations on overall approach, they state it has been stressed by multiple services and utilities that open communication between first responders and BESS representatives early in the design phase of the BESS is critical. Pre-incident planning provides the opportunity to guide systems designs to improve workers, first responders, and public safety. According to active first responders, there are many cases in which discussions with the service do not begin until the end of the building permitting process. At this point, building design and construction plans have already been finalized, and retrofitting the facilities provide subprimal protections. Among the recommendations that they submit by the National Fire Protection Association referenced in the brief is understand the procedures included in the facility operation and emergency response plan described. It's my understanding that when this first came up, the town of Riverhead was ready to put in place a resolution that would define what a BESS system was and how it was going to be used. My question is, have the fire departments been consulted at all? Have experts been consulted at all in defining that resolution? And if not, then definitely a moratorium is called for. You cannot go back and redesign something. If you put a resolution in place that defines a BESS system and what it is, you cannot go back and undo it without a lot of legal ramifications. Thank you.
Okay,
So,
yes.
just real quick. Ellen, could you tell me what you're reading from again? Is she still there? All right. Ellen, if you can hear me, if you got that from online or something, if you just email me a link to it, I'd very much appreciate that.
Okay.
Good evening. Again, my name is Jen Hartnagel. I'm speaking on behalf of the Group for the East End, and we're here tonight to support the moratorium on the battery energy storage systems. The towns of Southampton and Southold have recently adopted moratoriums, and the town of Huntington is considering one. The town board should also be aware that the Suffolk County Planning Commission voted to support both moratoriums in Southampton and Southold, and planning staff there also recommended approval for Huntington's. This is a common sense approach. Prior to adopting an energy code for the siting of these facilities, the NYSERDA New York Energy Battery Storage System Guidebook for Local Governments, which included the model law, which you adopted, suggested appointing a task force made up of interested stakeholders to examine this issue, provide training programs for town staff and land use boards, and to my knowledge, that never occurred. and now is the time to reconsider what's been put into code as the town updates its comprehensive plan and do a little bit more homework. We fully support the town examining the most suitable and safe locations for these facilities and ensuring that first responders are adequately trained and capable of dealing with a potential issue if one should arise. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Anyone else want to come forward? Okay. Who do we have, Chip?
Good evening again, Angela DeVito from South Jamesport.
Okay.
I'm going to voice my support of the moratorium on battery energy storage systems that has been proposed, but I do have I have a question as to why we are limiting the moratorium just to Tier 2 BESS and not Tier 1. And I also believe that the 3 months is an insufficient time period. First of all, we don't know when the governor's task force is going to complete its work, and then we would have to be able to take their work and look at what we have already codified with regard to BESS, and then make decisions on what we need to change, what we need to eliminate and such, and 3 months seems like a very, very short period of time. I know that within the proposal there is an ability to extend the time period, but I would suggest that we start with a 6-month period and maintain that ability to extend out, because once again, it's using the moratorium time as a tool to relook at what we have done, to begin gathering the best technology and science that is available to us, regardless of what we may gain from the governor's task force on this matter. Also, I again would ask that there be no exemptions whatsoever. Why have them? You want a moratorium, you've recognized that there are potential hazards, there are stakeholders that we need to take into consideration to plan for, their activities with regard to future best creation here within the town. If we do that, why make exemptions? Even if we do, I look at section, I guess it's 304.62, where we talk about a grant of an exemption to an applicant's premises shall include a determination of hardship and unique circumstances which do not generally apply throughout the town. There is nothing in this proposal or in the standard that defines what hardship is and what unique circumstances would be for particular properties in order to consider what would be an exemption. It would seem that we're merely creating a very subjective manner to take case by case each application for exemption that comes in without having quantifiable and verifiable criteria for an exemption. So those are my comments, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay, Chip, anyone else? Hold on, he's pulling somebody up. It takes a couple of seconds to pull them, so we try to keep them instead of disconnecting them and coming back.
Hi, Mike Foley, Reeves Park.
Okay.
Speaking in favor of the BESS moratorium, I'd just like to drop an idea on you. I mean, we've seen all of these fires, and obviously it is more catastrophic when a fire hits in a residential area rather than an industrial area as far as loss of life and imposition of the residents. We're going over, we're doing a transition to green energy that the energy companies obviously have influence over location of power plants and such, in anticipation of the IDA rejecting 555, and in anticipation of Riverhead again determining the fate and the use of EPCAL. Is there any consideration about approaching PSE&G having them build a super power plant in EPCAL so that the battery energy storage system facilities can be built inside that gate. If we leased the land, it would be income in perpetuity, and it would eliminate the residential concerns of where these fires could possibly break out. Just a thought, hopefully something we can investigate over the next 3 months. Thanks.
Okay. Go ahead. You're done. All yours.
Hi, good evening, John Cullen, Northville. I'm gonna go on a different limb, and that is to push this moratorium for well over a year. We've seen the fire out there in East Hampton that Chip mentioned. That was just a little baby system that they had out there. What Riverhead is proposing is something about 7 times the size of that. And that's new technology. But we're watching technology change constantly. Who would have ever thought 3 years ago that you'd have cars driving by themselves down the highway while you can read a newspaper? Technology is changing so fast, and I'm sure that by the time a Bess or anybody else comes into town, 1 or 2 years later, there's going to be something so much better. Look at the cars. They're getting so much better gas mileage than they were 3 years ago. Technology and climate change are real. Technology is changing so fast, and I hope that the town does not rush into this. I think time is on your side, and I hope you use it. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay.
Thank you. This is Ron Hariri of Aquabog. You're on. Thank you. It's no surprise that Councilman Kern, who was a champion of this type of use, is not present. But I would note that as we've read over and over again, this all-Republican town board has repeatedly solicited and accepted donations from developers, including developers of this type of use. I would suggest that, and is it true, Mr. Hubbard, you actually accepted donations from one of the developers of this type of projects? Yes or no? Are you taking the fifth, sir, or can you answer the question?
Mr. Hariri, do you have something to say about the law? Please make your comments. My donations are all public information posted online.
They are public information, sir. And actually, I'm pleased to note that recently you decided that you had to return donations from
Mr. Hariri, what does this have to do with the proposed moratorium law?
I'm getting to that, okay?
Oh, please make it facts.
Your father-in-law council.
That's irrelevant.
Your father-in-law council.
What do you have to say about the law?
The guy in back of you has accepted donations from developers, and I would suggest that the board's rushing through the legislation that authorized this use was a quid pro quo in exchange for contributions to his campaign. And council, I would suggest that perhaps you should be disqualified because Councilman Hubbard's wife
Thank you for your comments, Mr. Hariri.
Is your campaign treasurer. So actually, I want to
This has
praise
nothing to do with the
Councilman.
proposed moratorium, Mr. Hariri.
Yeah, I'd like to praise the councilman for deciding to give back money he took from
that
the
has
lobbyists
nothing to do
for
with this.
555, and I'm wondering whether or not...
Mr. Harari, this is a public hearing on battery energy
You make them some other time. This is a public hearing record on a proposed legislative
Right,
action.
so my question is,
It's
your father-in-law council...
What do you have to say
your
about the
father-in-law
law?
council acknowledging the illegality or impropriety of accepting donations from a lobbyist of the Gramesians, decided he needed to return them. And by the way,
This has nothing to do. This has nothing to do
Mr. O'Leary, as
with
a
battery
public
energy
servant
storage.
and an attorney, you certainly
Should
do
you even-
not seem
should
to
you
follow
even be
the
voting
laws
on
and the
something?
rules very well. If you have a comment about the moratorium, make it. If not, we are done speaking to you.
Yes, my comment is that anyone that has accepted money from
This is on
developers
battery,
of
and
this-
Mr. Harari, I'm not gonna let you proceed if you don't keep your comments directly related to BESS. Later on, there's open comments on any matter, you
My
can come back
comments
on.
are-
We are gonna complete this public hearing, and we're gonna stay focused
I'll
on,
address it to my request that any member of this board that has accepted money from a developer.
okay, this has nothing to
this
do,
type of
that's your
project
opinion.
Should be
All right,
refused.
would you please just
Yeah.
cut him off, we gotta continue on.
Yeah, Mr.
That's it.
Rary,
Okay, anyone else want to come forward, please, again, be mindful, this is a public hearing, we have a process, and this is just on BESS, battery energy storage, so we have to, we still have 2 other public hearings, we have resolutions, we have public comments, we need to move this on. Somebody wants to go off to left field, start orbiting the earth, fine, but we're not gonna entertain that. So, Chip, do we have anybody else?
Not on this topic.
Not on this topic. Thank you for understanding it's on this topic. Anybody else want to come forward on that?
Good evening, Takwi Turchin, Greater Calverton Civic Association President. Just looking over the wording on this moratorium for BESS, and I have a question on the 304-5 exclusions. Maybe, Mr. Howard, you could clarify. It says that applications may be exempted from the provisions of this chapter following a public hearing on due notice before the town board, and then upon such application, the town board shall consider, and it lists A through F. Why would there be exemptions and exclusions?
yeah, I'm sorry, did you say 304.5 or 6?
304, it's under 304-5, which is exclusions,
Okay.
and then the 3 lines later, it's 304-6, applications that may be exempted. Would you clarify, please, why there would be any exemptions or exclusions? Thank you.
I actually deferred that to Mr. Charters, who drafted the legislation.
It would really be up to the town board to accept an application and process it and have a public hearing why a particular project could be exempt. Maybe there's some public benefit that we don't know about. I mean, it's hard to assume, but there is a lengthy process, as Ms. Turchin did go through, to get to a public hearing, and the town board would have to decide whether to exempt a project or not.
Thank you.
Also, isn't it part of the directive from the Suffolk County Planning?
Correct. Usually,
There is a directive that said you can't make a blanket,
Most
and that you
moratorium-
have to consider certain factors.
Yeah.
Come on, Matt, you gotta bring that out, we all
So-
have to be,
so most
become
mor-
knowledgeable of the law.
So most moratoriums do have either an appeal process
go.
or an exclusion
Just don't put it all on the board, because
Yes.
it's part of the legislation, and we are
I don't-
responsible.
yeah.
Yeah, it's part of that Suffolk County.
I
And
don't
in
think
fact-
anyone was trying to, I don't.
Yeah,
understand.
okay, but in fact, Rich O'Day, who sat on the Riverhead, Planning Board, was part of writing that regulations for the planning board. So, and we should know about it, that's why I always say the planning, you should have worked with us and tell us, go back and forth, but
I don't
it's
understand
okay.
what your question is.
Okay. We have to follow, sometimes there can be exemptions, and if somebody moves
That's
along
correct.
the
That's why there's
process-
an exemption in this law.
Yeah, we have to have somebody's vested in the process, and,
I'm not going to argue vesting with you. I mean,
No, we're not gonna
I
argue.
answered
I
a
said we have
specific
to look at it.
question.
yeah, we have to look at it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
thank you.
It's not a time to decide it right
Thank
now,
you.
but just want to bring that out. Anyone else want to come forward? That's it? Okay, hearing no one, we're going to close this public portion section of this hearing. We're going to leave it, have it remain open for 10 days for written comments until 4:30 p.m. on October 27, 2023 at the town clerk's office. And as I mentioned in the other public hearing, I personally sent the moratoriums, which we were required, the town was required according to municipal law, sent it to the Suffolk County Planning Commission to be reviewed. They got back to us right away, and they gave us a November 1st date. So we should not be taking a vote on anything where we're waiting on another municipality's finding. And so we're gonna leave it open, and let's see what happens on the 1st.
We should start our 6:05.
Okay, our third public hearing, it'll be breakfast soon. Hearing was scheduled for 6:05, and the time now is 8:40, and we're going to open a public hearing for the consideration of proposed law to amend Chapter 213 of the Riverhead Town Code entitled Bicycles and Electric Scooters, and Town Attorney Eric Howard is going to review this for us. Eric, please go take the lead.
All right, thank you. Previously, on August 1st, we held a public hearing concerning this proposed code change. It adds to our Bicycles and Electric Scooters Code, Chapter 213. Subsequent to the August 1st meeting, we took in some of the comments and we made a couple changes that I felt were substantial enough that we should have a second public hearing on it. We added under proposed chapter 213-20, basic requirements that the battery being used or any replacement battery is consistent with manufacturer recommendations, and also carries the proper certifications. We added a provision prohibiting modification of electric bikes or electric scooters unless those modifications are consistent with manufacturer instructions and recommendations. And that's more or less it, but since it was an entirely new section being added into what we already had the public hearing on, I felt that it was appropriate to bring it back up. So if anyone has any further comments, we'd be happy to hear it.
Hi. Hi, Bob.
Hi, Bob Kelly.
How are you?
Reeves Park. I wasn't going to speak about this, but real quick, have you guys discussed this with the local fire departments on how they can go about protecting themselves and also putting these fires out when they do occur? The safety requirement with these electric scooters and the electric bikes, they're the ones that when they're stored inside and they're not charged properly, they're the ones that are literally like a bomb. Not so much these larger batteries, it's these small electric scooters. And I was just curious if our fire department has been trained and has given you guys some input on how to put these fires out if and when they occur.
Well,
You put these in somebody's hallway, some of these newer constructions that we have, these apartments. I don't even know if our guys are trained on how to put an apartment fire out, let alone get into one of these buildings. And they're basically a bomb. So I'm glad that you opened it back up and that you're discussing it, but it's...
I haven't had any specific conversations with the fire department. I am aware that they have expressed concerns. This legislation is designed to help keep those types of battery systems out of the town of Riverhead so that they don't have to deal with those things. But if they wanted to submit comments or concerns or recommendations in connection with this public hearing, I'd certainly be happy to hear that and consider any recommendations that they have.
So even when they're done right, if they're hooked up to a faulty extension cord, that's, God forbid, you have a really bad problem, so.
Absolutely.
Just keep that discussion up with the fire department and safety code.
Yes.
Thank you. Be safe out there. Anyone else?
John McAuliffe, Rolling Woods again. Mr. Howard, I was very glad to see that additional paragraph, but I'm not entirely clear what you're after with it. Just for background, as the articles that I shared with the board, one of the problems with these bikes, powered bikes, is that it's very easy to change the restrictions on power and therefore speed, and that there've been a lot of accidents, especially of teenagers, because of that. Now, I don't know whether that's what you were after in that paragraph, because there's the caveat of manufacturers. I mean, the manufacturers are playing a game with this. They essentially are building the bikes so that it's very easy to remove the speed and power controls. So I don't know whether there's some way of more directly, and then it becomes obviously an issue for the town police of enforcing it, and educating the sellers and buyers that problem has to be addressed, or we could have the problem here that other towns have had.
Yeah, I mean, I think that Councilman Kern, when we had the last public hearing, acknowledged that there would be challenges with enforcing and putting manufacturers or distributors on notice. That's going to be a challenge with pretty much any law that you implement, and we will deal with it as it comes. And if this code is adopted, we will, like we typically do with town code changes that carry new violations, we conference with the chief of police and address how it could be enforced, and any challenges in enforcement, we would go back and if we have to discuss it further through code revision, or if there needs to be some sort of specialized training that happens with it, we would explore those avenues as well.
Okay, anyone else? That's it? Okay, we're gonna close this public portion section of this hearing, and it's gonna remain open for 10 days for written comments until 4:30 PM on October 27, 2023 at the town clerk's office.
6:10.
All right, moving on to our last public hearing, which was scheduled for 6:10, and the time now is 8:46. Big difference. Which is for the consideration of a proposed local law to amend Chapter 289 of the Riverhead Town Code entitled Vehicles, Traffic, and Parking Regulations. And again, the town attorney, Eric Howard, will introduce this for us.
Thank you, Madam Supervisor. This is a code change that came through our beach committee. Essentially what it does is it identifies some local residential streets near Reeves Park Beach and near Iron Pier Beach, where residents have voiced concerns about individuals that don't have beach parking passes, parking along their street, and blocking driveways, leaving trash, or just making it difficult for guests to park at their house. And so these streets that are identified, we make it prohibited for people to park there unless they have a valid beach parking permit, and then they would be able to park there. And this is a mechanism that we use to address a similar situation near Wading River Beach along, I believe it's Oak Street. I'm sorry?
Central and Oak.
So, yeah. So if anyone has any comments on this, we'd love to hear it.
Hi.
Hi, John Cullen, Smuggler's Path, one of your designated roads. Smuggler's Path, for those that don't know, was built on a hillside. So those driveways are very steep over there. My driveway is very steep, very short. I can only fit no more than 3 cars in it. I park on the street all the time. As far as getting a beach pass, I've never bought one in my 20 years being here.
Hey.
Yeah. And I plan on parking up on top during the day. I see that the code looks like it reads that it's Monday through Friday versus weekends. We don't have much of a problem with the people that park and walk down to Iron Beach there. It does happen once in a while, but usually on weekends versus Monday through Friday. So I'm hoping that, I'm not sure what to do about it, but I just want to let you know I'm kind of against it on Smuggler's Path. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Anyone else? And after that, Chip, if you have anyone, bring them up.
My name is Rosemary Skoronsky. I live on Crow's Nest in Reeves Park. I don't know whether I'm for or against the parking signs. However, I'd like to know how you plan to address the fact that we have guests that come, stay overnight, visit. Someone in my home is undergoing physical therapy treatment, and the therapist comes 3 times a week for an hour. And if she doesn't have a parking permit a beach permit on her car, how is she supposed to park in front of my house to administer her physical therapy? Also, I have a perhaps a two-car driveway. What am I supposed to do? That's my issue. And
Understood. You can, in certain exceptions, you'll be able to get placards from the recreation department.
And how would that work? I'd have to call them and say I want 5 placards?
Well, if you know, let's say, if you can only park 2 cars in your yard, you know you're having guests over.
Right.
You can get the placards for those guests.
That would not entail a call to the police department and say I'm having, because I know back in Nassau, there are communities that restrict overnight parking, and they have to call the police department and say I'm having overnight guests.
Yeah, you don't have to call, you just have to have the placard so they would have it visible in the vehicle. So if a police officer drove through your neighborhood and decided to get out and check parking permits or beach stickers, the placard would make them exempt from receiving the ticket.
Would those placards have to be returned after they were used?
Yes.
So it wouldn't be something that I would permanently,
No, you
that we
wouldn't
would
permanently
permanently
have
get?
it.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. All right, do we have somebody coming up, Chip? Okay.
Bob Kelly, again, I thought it was a,
Hi.
again, Bob Kelly, Reeves Park, also a member of the Beach Committee.
Yes.
This came up a while ago, a couple of years ago, and it took a while to get this put into motion and through. And I thought Tim and the committee did a pretty good job of it. It reads, it's fairly specific, the streets that are involved in Reeves Park and in the other community. And it deals with basically the streets that are closest to the beach. Why was that a problem? It seemed like every beach community had a common thread with cars that do not come from our town, that are not in our area, parking overnight, fishermen parking all day, going down to the beach, littering, taking small fish, making a mess, then coming back up to their cars, leaving a mess, defecating, doing God knows what up there at the car. We do, like this lady just said, we do have an elderly population up in the area by me in Reeves Park, and it's a bit of a concern, especially in off hours and during the evening, for safety. So I think getting a placard or getting a sticker for the first time in your life isn't the worst thing in the world, and then this way would give you access to park in front of your house. It's more of a safeguard than anything else, and it's a way to help keep us all safe and possibly keep a bad element away from our beach community. So thanks a lot. I thought you did a good job putting it together. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Bob.
Yes.
My name's Jay Pooler, Park Road in Riverhead. I'm all for this. I see on the weekends, we have fishermen coming from the city, carloads of them, and they park all over the streets, leave a mess. So I hope you will pass this.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone online? Can you bring it forward?
We have one in the back, too.
Yeah.
Wesley Cregan, 40, what's that?
Mike Foley, Reeves Park. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, they take a while. So go ahead, Mike. Usually they take a while, that's why we, go ahead, Mike.
We're on, Mike.
Mike, you're on.
Mike Foley, Reeves Park. Sorry about that. I'm speaking in favor of this parking law being changed as written. We have 5 out of the 8 streets here, as I see it, that are involved in this. Crow's Nest, 8 Bells, Hornpipe, Nautical, and Treasure are all Reeves Park. The other 3, I believe, are all Iron Pier. You know, we have had problems for years with parking. As Bob Kelly has stated, as Jay had just stated, our friend and neighbor, this has been going on for decades. And what I have noticed is that we've taken the information and the situation from COVID and long-term turn this into a positive for our community, and I think for all the beach communities. You know, we started off eliminating non-resident passes, which has eliminated out-of-towners from coming in and being able to park on the beach. Now we have a situation where you are eliminating the ability of non-residents from parking in neighborhoods. If you've got a Riverhead Pass, which isn't just for beaches, it's for other things as well. It costs $5, and you can park anywhere on these places because you're a town resident. I think it eliminates the foreign element, which gives a lot of relief for our community. And I know how hard the beach community has worked. It's compared to the other committees in the town, it's a very new committee. But Tim, you've done a great job. We have been fortunate as Sound Park Heights Civic Association to have Bob and Jim Kelly representing us there. They've done a wonderful job, so I wholeheartedly support this. And to my friend John, I'll buy you the pass, John. I'm buying your Riverhead Pass so you don't have to have that problem anymore. I'll pay for it. Thanks, guys.
That's pretty nice because the pass season passed. But, okay, I guess make sure that it's effective next year, okay? I think he is. Now that he knows he has to come up with the money because for the next pass season. Go ahead.
Wesley Cregan, Nautical Drive, Reeves Park. I think you guys did a great job. I think it's been a long time coming. It's always been a problem when people start parking in front of your house and you only have one spot to park in front of your house. I think it's great that they're gonna honor the beach passes, but it kind of doesn't take away from the problem of people parking in front of your house. It'll just be people from town. And I understand that and I get it, but the problem still kind of exists. So I don't know if there's any way to fine tune it with resident pass, or put an RP on it or something, I don't know.
There always is, and a lot of times when you implement that, there will be ways of fine tuning.
But
I mean, you could
I say.
put a sign, resident zoning, it depends, I'm gonna see what their needs are.
Yeah,
But
because
there
what
always is.
happens is they park in front of your house, and next thing you know, you come home, you can't park.
Yeah, I know.
But I really appreciate the steps that have been taken. Bobby and Jimmy do a great job.
Yep.
And we see a big difference down in Reeves Park. Thank you, Chief. We've had a lot of enforcement down there this year, so things are working a little bit better.
Good.
Thank you.
We're glad we started that committee. Okay, Chip, anybody online?
So now that John has surpassed this, you want to change any comments?
Yeah. Okay, we're going to close this public portion section of this hearing. We're going to leave it open for 10 days for written comments until 4:30 p.m. on October 27, 2023 at the town clerk's office. This is going to conclude our public hearing portions of this evening, and we're going to move on now to the public comments on the resolutions before us. Does anyone have any comments? Now, mind you, this is on the resolutions before us today. Thereafter, we vote on the resolutions, and you can come back and speak on any comments that, on any matter. So this is just on the resolutions before us today. Take care, Bob.
See you, Bob.
Good to see you. Okay, you have two. I think they're regrouping back there, so let's bring that person up.
Hi, Angela DeVito, South Jamesport. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, sorry. I have comments on two resolutions. The first one is 776, which
Okay.
is the notice for, to override the tax levy limit, local law there, which is great, but there is no resolution or part of this, or in this here, a resolution for a public hearing on the budget, which needs to happen
Hey, Phil.
before or on November the
Phil?
9th, okay, your next meeting. So I'm just wondering if this resolution can be amended to have not only, you know, the override for the tax levy, but also to provide for a resolution for a public hearing on the budget for 2024.
Bill? Somebody's asking a question. This is your, you do this every year.
I'm not sure what the question is. Angela? I'm not sure
The
what your
question is
question
that you are, there are various aspects and process as we go forward with the proposed 2024 budget. And one is that you do need to have this, you know, this notice for a resolution to override the tax cap, the tax levy limit. But there also is, and I'm asking if this particular resolution can be amended to also include for a resolution for a public hearing on the budget, which by law you're supposed to have before November 9th, before your next meeting. There is no provision, there doesn't seem to be anything that's going on that will allow for a public hearing on the budget or discussion of the budget. So I'm just curious as to when and if we're going to do that, and if that can be attached to this resolution.
So the public hearing has to happen no later than the Thursday after Election Day.
Right.
So what you're saying is it wasn't noticed, so we have to annex this?
We don't have a notice for that. There's nothing there, we don't have a notice for a resolution for that there. And so I'm just asking if this particular resolution can be modified, amended, excuse me.
So the
Wrong
way
word.
the resolution reads, it's an authorization for the town clerk to publish and post a public notice to consider. That language is indicative of scheduling a public hearing. If we erred and the public notice to schedule the public hearing was not annexed, yes, it may be amended, and I ask the board to amend it to annex that public notice for the public hearing.
Because, thank you, Anne Marie, because that language isn't, that, as you've just shared with us, the general public isn't aware of the nuances of that language when you do that.
who's
That was
gonna-
just
who's
for
gonna
the
call the
resolution to override the tax levy.
No, thank you, Angela,
okay.
but you're right, but the title does read, and if there was a failure to annex that public notice, we'll amend it and make sure it gets annexed and published.
Okay, thank you.
You got that, Eric?
Yes.
So when it comes up, can you just bring it out to amend?
Title doesn't change.
Yeah, title doesn't change, but you can amend it when it comes up.
Yeah, we would
for
just,
vote.
we would just say, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Good.
Anyone else?
And then there was, my second resolution is 777.
Go ahead.
On the CDBG grant monies for 2024. It indicates in the language of the resolution that there are certain types, there's examples of what can be considered for people who wish to step forward and ask for a piece of that monies that's there, that $215,000. And I wanted to know if that public hearing can be amended, that notice be more explicit and list all of the possible uses that we can for the 2024 CDBG monies be utilized for, rather than just those. People may read this and think, oh, I don't qualify for it, so I'm not going to come to town hall and make my case. So I just think it would be a better public service to list as many of those allowable, eligible categories as possible. Thank you.
Dawn, did you want to respond?
Yeah, so any public service group, local, not-for-profit can request funding. We generally are given funding for about 50,000 of that 215,000, and that 215,000 isn't guaranteed for public service groups, so we generally do 7,000 or 8,000 per group. The County of Suffolk does not want us to make that number lower to serve more groups. They want the money to be impactful so it has to be at least $5,000. It should be at least that. Sometimes it's a little more, sometimes it's at 5,000, depending on what
Okay.
the CDBG is awarded annually. The rest of it goes to our home improvement program, which is has a long waiting list, and the balance of it goes to park and pedestrian improvements within the town in the low to moderate income areas. So the notice should stay as it is, and we do a publication in the paper. Anybody who's interested
Okay.
can give our office a call or come to the public hearing.
Okay, perfect. Anyone want to come forward?
Good evening again. My name is Barbara Blass. I live in Jamesport. I have two questions on Resolution 779, which is the secret resolution on the building on West Main Street from Sweezy Avenue. It's actually not about the seeker aspect of it at all, but as I read the code, it does refer to any Railroad Avenue urban renewal overlay district construction or building requires a special permit from the town board. And I don't see any reference to a special permit in the application. I also wonder how you can proceed with a project that requires a special permit, although I raised this same issue in connection with 205 Osborne Avenue, and I received no meaningful response to why you were proceeding without a special permit. And it's in the code. I don't know if that's something that can be waived. It seems to be a pretty serious requirement. And also in that district, although this particular application is not using TDRs, it does provide for increased density with the redemption of TDR credits. And this is not currently a designated receiving area in our TDR program. And it's all great and everything on paper, but we went through the fact that once before that you can't amend your sending and receiving areas without a GEIS, and that GEIS has not taken place. So I just leave those out there for you to at some point have an answer. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Hi, Laura Jen Smith, also commenting on our resolution 779. I'm just curious, in the agenda for today and in the resolution, it says that the parts 2 and 3 for the full environmental assessment form were attached, and they were not attached to the resolution, which is the mitigation portion. So I have a question to the board then on the impact of transportation. This is in the overlay district, and when SECR was done for this overlay district, it was said that traffic and the impact of the apartments and density would be figured out with each particular project. So I'm just kind of curious, this is yes for a transportation issue, moderate to large impact may occur, and I would just like to know from the board how this is being mitigated since it was not presented with the resolution. They're both part 2 so maybe if you could address it.
Yeah, I know that they spoke about doing maybe alternate side
Yeah, Matt,
parking
would you
and
come up?
something, but, yeah, I'm sure there was something that was. One way or something like that, wasn't it? Yeah.
So it looks like what happened was the part 2 got attached twice. We do have the part 3. We can provide it to you. It clearly analyzes the traffic and speaks to how it's mitigated, so I can provide it. I mean, I can read it into the record if you want. Yeah, that's fine. Give me 1 second.
Take your time, Matt.
Yep.
You got 5 minutes, Matt.
If only.
Time's up, Matt.
All right. Mind you, this is not my project. So impacts on traffic, a traffic impact study, TIS, for the proposed project dated June 2023 was prepared by VHB Engineering, Surveying, Landscaping, Architecture, and Geology, PC, to study and assess impacts associated with trip generation from the proposed development and to explore and identify potential mitigating measures. The TIS built upon the August 2020 Nelson and Pope traffic study, which was produced in order to analyze the traffic impacts from the adoption of the Railroad Avenue Urban Renewal Overlay District. This is page 18 of the TIS. That study analyzed the impacts from the potential build-out from 413 apartment units within the Railroad Avenue Urban Renewal Area, which is consistent with the level of development currently being reviewed or under construction within that area. 133 units for 426 West Main Street project, 243 units at the Transit Orient Development Site, and 37 units at 205 Osborne. The TIS concluded that there will be no significant negative impacts to traffic patterns from the proposed development, provided the following measures were incorporated into the project. Mitigation in the form of a proposed traffic signal to be installed at the intersection of West Main Street, that's 25 and Sweezy Avenue. The signal will incorporate a new eastbound left turn lane, which will aid in allowing vehicles to access Sweezy Avenue from West Main Street. So that's the mitigation, that last part.
All right, so when, make sure that the clerk attaches that when.
Yeah, and apologies. It looks like it was just a
adopted tonight? Yeah.
Scrivener error.
Perfect.
Yep.
So, Eric, should we vote as amended because what was put out was not proper?
Yeah, I would say
I think we do the amendment just to say that we're gonna add that section.
it's referenced in the resolution already that the part 2 and part 3 are next, so I don't think that you actually need to
Oh,
amend.
okay, so it is, that's right, he did
Yeah.
say that. So we just have to make sure that it just gets attached
Yeah.
to what's online and what's listed in file as amended.
We can-
Amended, that makes sense, think?
Yeah, we can do
Fine.
that. Yeah.
Okay. Good. Anyone else?
Hi, Talk Research in Greater Colorado Pacific. The public hearing earlier on parking prohibited, I don't see a resolution inside today's packet, right? There's not going to be one on it? Oh, okay. I guess I'll wait till comments, because I just wanted to just add something helpful for them, so maybe the time for me to do that is at public comment.
It would be, yes.
Okay, thanks.
These are some resolutions before us. Anyone else, resolutions before us? Okay, who do you have, Jeff?
Mike Foley, Reeves Park. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Gotcha, Mike. I've gone to the potty 3 times tonight. I don't know how you guys are doing what you're doing up the front dais here, going into hour number 4. So I will be brief, on behalf of everybody's bladder. I speak in favor of Town Board Resolution 759 that approves expenditures of community benefit funds for telescopes for the Riverhead Central School District. A very small allocation of $1,000, but I think it really is going to what the Community Benefit Fund is really set up for. I know we have very little history of community benefit funds. I think the first time we grabbed cash like that from an applicant had to do with solar farms. But going forward, I know that you guys kind of cut up the community benefit fund into tranches that went to different portions of whatever the budget things or community things fit, that you felt fit. But the same way as I wholeheartedly endorse Resolution 759, I disagree with the allocation of community benefit funds on Town Board Resolution 760, which approves expenditure of trust and agency account funds and community benefit funds for the comprehensive master plan. And looking at this, it looked to me, although you said trust and agent, Bill Rothar, I hope you're still in the neighborhood. I tried getting you early today and was unsuccessful. But I see that the designated fund balance that they're saying 108,000 and change looks to me like it's all coming from the community benefit fund. So I know it says trust and agency account funds. What, if any, amount came from that account? And in regards to the community benefit fund expenditure of $108,000, Well, the entire intent of the Community Benefit Fund allocation was to kind of be a thank you for the locations where things were put that kind of changed the scenery of that area, speaking of Calverton specifically. We got rid of a lot of aesthetically pleasing farmlands and put solar panels on them. Now, I'm not disagreeing that that's not an important thing. Everybody has to do things to transition out of oil into green if we're going to save the planet. I get that. But shouldn't the community benefit funds go to the community betterment in the area where this aesthetic pleasing situation became a liability? In other words, wouldn't $108,000 be better served if we sat down with the Calverton Civic Association and said, what do you think your people need? We know that this is a sacrifice for you. What can we do in the town of Calverton with the $100,000 to benefit your community? It's not a quid pro quo, but a thank you for having this kind of money for this kind of a solar farm implementation go into your community. And Bill, the reason why I tried to get you today, was that I see again, this money is going once again to the comprehensive plan. And again, I don't blame the stop, start, and over expenditure of this comprehensive plan. We hired a consultant, COVID came, everything went askew, the world changed. We found that we didn't like AKRF, we came in with BFJ, and there were additional funds allocated to that. But why would that be a community benefit fund allocation instead of a budget line item function? So 100 grand, we have a $100 million budget. That's 1/10 of 1% additional allocation. We've already pierced the cap this year, and as you might recall last year, I was the only person that spoke in favor of you piercing that cap. I thought it was the responsible thing to do. When prices go up, they have to be paid for, and that's the way you did it. And I certainly appreciated and supported that. These are the things that happen when you have to increase salaries and costs go up and all the rest of that stuff. But I don't agree with community benefit funds being pigeonholed into something that should be a line item in a budget, and that money does not go to where I believe it was intended for, which is the betterment, the thank you to the community that sacrificed their aesthetic beauty in those parts to put up with solar panels. I hope the board will take a hard look at that, and tonight, if you voted it down, let's put it into the budget and put that $108,000 to the use of the community. Thanks for your time.
Right, thank you. I could have taken that's to betterment the entire community, because it's a comprehensive plan for the entire community. And I could have taken that money, left it there, and then raised taxes for another $108,000. And it can be used legally, and so that's my choice as the chief financial officer, was to not raise taxes for $108,000. Taxpayers, the property taxpayers, and we do not have a $100 million budget. Almost 69% goes to the school district. So we really only have about, just about maybe somewhere about 39, I have to get the figures this month. They get, Bill, what's the percentage this year? I know we did the chart. What's the percentage this year that's going to the school board? So we don't see any money. We just collect it and it goes to them. So it's not that tiny percentage.
We have last year's numbers because we have not done the warrant for 2024.
We haven't done warrant, that's right. So we published
it was just under 60% for school and library.
60% of the money we collect goes to school and library. We're just left to just a little less than 40%. So we have someone on? Yep.
We have one person that would like to speak on resolution.
Okay.
Thank you, Ron Greery, Aquabog. Just to clarify regarding the Swayze Avenue project, your planner just specifically acknowledged that there were pages missing from the presentation. He also pointed out that there was a scrivener's error to point out that it was not his work product. The supervisor actually raised the question of whether you can even vote on this, whether some type of amendment is required. So clearly, the documents are procedurally defective. So my question is, are you just going to rush it through? Because again, this is another developer that's been very generous to this Republican town board.
Are you done with your comments or your opinions?
I'm sorry, so can we clarify, Mr. Hubbard, how much money have you taken from this developer?
Andrew Knight represents the developer.
Okay.
Again, is it a too tough a question for you, Councilman Hubbard? Are you going to recuse yourself from voting on this because you've accepted funds from this developer, Councilman Hubbard?
All right, we
Taking
have,
the fifth, are you? Taking the fifth, are you? That's your entitlement. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your comments. Chip? Anyone from the public want to come forward on resolutions? Again, you'll have the opportunity, after all the resolutions are voted, then you have the opportunity to come back. Okay, hearing no one, did you have something to say?
I just want to commend Pete and Marie Scalzo. There are 2 resolutions up for racetrack. You guys come to every meeting. You're always available should anybody have a question or comment. And you sit quietly through meeting after meeting. And I'm gracious that you continuously come to be certain that should there ever be a question on any of your resolutions that you're here, and it is appreciated. Now, please go home and go to bed.
No, they want to wait for the resolutions to be heard.
But you really, I mean that sincerely. You always come and you always sit and you're ready should there be a question. It's appreciated. So
And I remember 3 years ago when you were before this board and you promised you were going to become part of the community and you never wavered. And I'm very proud to know that we took your effort on and you've been such a great part of the community. Even to the point that Mr. McAuliffe wants to befriend you. Yes. Now that's big here in Riverhead.
we're giving you 5 minutes, Supervisor.
Okay, so that's it. If I don't hear anyone, then Diane, call the resolutions, please.
Resolution 756.
Order District Capital Project number 82329, 48 3rd Street, budget adoption. So moved.
Seconded.
Vote, please.
Rothwell.
Yes.
Bayrock.
Yes.
Hubbard.
Yes.
Aguirre.
Yes.
Resolution adopted. Resolution 757.
Water District Capital Project 82126, budget adjustment. So moved.
Seconded.
Vote, please.
Rothwell.
Yes.
Bayrock.
Yes.
Hubbard.
Yes.
Aguirre.
Yes.
Resolution adopted. Resolution 758.
Sets fire prevention fees. So moved.
Seconded.
Can we just make sure that the churches are exempt? Wasn't there an issue?
$0 place of worship / religion.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Okay,
Rothwell.
vote, please.
Rothwell.
Yes.
Bayrock.
Yes.
Hubbard.
Yes.
Aguirre.
Yes.
Resolution adopted. Resolution 759.
Big one here. No, it's got the...
Approves expenditure of community benefit funds for telescopes for Riverhead Central School District. So moved.
Seconded.
Vote, please.
Rothwell.
Yes.
Bayrock.
Yes.
Hubbard.
Yes.
Aguirre.
Yes.
Resolution adopted. Resolution 760.
Approves expenditure of trust and agency account funds and community benefit funds for comprehensive master plan. So moved.
Seconded.
Vote, please.
Rothwell.
Yes.
Bayrock.
Yes.
Hubbard.
Yes.
Aguirre.
Yes.
Resolution adopted. Resolution 761.
Appoints a water treatment plant operator trainee. So moved.
Seconded.
Vote, please.
Rothwell.
Yes.
Bayrock.
Yes.
Hubbard.
Yes.
Aguirre.
Yes.
Resolution adopted. Resolution 762.
Appoints a maintenance mechanic 2. So moved.
Seconded.
Vote, please.
Rothwell.
Yes.
Bayrock.
Yes, this
Hubbard.
employee is actually one of them that were stolen from me, so you guys
We're
benefited.
poaching again.
But yes, congratulations to him for passing the test, yes.
Hubbard.
Yes.
Aguirre.
Yes. Proudly sold him.
Resolution adopted. Resolution 763.
Appoints an interpreter, so moved.
Seconded.
Vote, please.
Rothwell.
Yes.
Bayrock.
Yes.
Hubbard.
Yes.
Aguirre.
Yes.
Resolution adopted. Resolution 764.
Appoints a public safety dispatcher to the police department. So moved.
Seconded.
Vote please.
Rothwell.
Yes.
Bayrock.
Yes.
Hubbard.
Yes.
Aguirre.
Yes.
Resolution adopted. Resolution 765.
Appoints a custodial worker 1 to the Building and Grounds Division of the Town Engineers Department. So moved.
Seconded.
Vote please.
Rothwell.
Yes.
Bayrock.
Yes.
Hubbard.
Yes.
Aguirre.
Yes.
Resolution adopted. Resolution 766.
Appoints a custodial worker 1 to the Building and Ground Division of the Town Engineering Department. So moved.
Seconded.
Vote please.
Rothwell.
Yes.
Bayrock.
Yes.
Hubbard.
Yes.
Aguirre.
Yes.
Resolution adopted. Resolution 767.
Ratifies the appointment of a call-in recreation aides to the Recreation Department. So moved.
Seconded.
Vote please.
Rothwell.
Yes.
Bayrock.
Yes.
Hubbard.
Yes.
Aguirre.
Yes.
Resolution adopted. Resolution 768.
Reassigns an automotive equipment operator. So moved.
And seconded.
Vote. Vote please.
Rothwell.
Yes.
Bayrock.
Yes.
Hubbard.
Yes.
Aguirre.
Yes.
Resolution adopted. Resolution 769.
Accepts the resignation of a cashier.
Say so moved.
So moved.
Seconded.
Second. Vote please.
Rothwell.
So distracted.
Yes.
Bayrock.
Yeah, and all the best to Jess. I hope she's happy, and she did a great job for the office. And we're sad to see her go, but we know greener pastures are ahead for her. Yes.
Hubbard.
Yes.
Aguirre.
Yes.
Resolution adopted. Resolution 770.
Approves request to extend the leave of absence. So moved.
Seconded.
Vote please.
Rothwell.
Yes.
Bayrock.
Yes.
Hubbard.
Yes.
Aguirre.
Yes.
Resolution adopted. Resolution 771.
Amends Resolution 728-2022, RTNS Run What You Brung Event Date Amendment. So moved.
Seconded.
Vote please.
Rothwell.
Yes.
Bayrock.
Yes.
Hubbard.
Yes.
Aguirre.
I have a question. What does "run what you brung" mean? I hope it's not what I'm
Whatever car
thinking.
you showed up in.
You can bring your Cadillac, you can bring Mr. Roswell's new Bentley convertible. Bayrock is Corvette, Mr. Howard is Ferrari. Run what you brung.
Okay. Thank God, thank you, because people were wondering. Yes, absolutely, and I know you had some rain dates, huh?
Yes.
The last 2 weekends? Maybe you'll be able to make them up.
Yes.
So,
We're in good shape.
good, okay.
Fingers crossed with the weather.
Yeah, okay.
All right. Resolution 771 is adopted. Resolution 772.
Amends Resolution 2023-2023, RTNS Show and Go Auto Spectacular Event Date Amendment. So moved.
Seconded.
Vote please.
Rothwell.
Yes.
Bayrock.
Yes.
Hubbard.
Yes.
Aguirre.
Yes.
Resolution adopted. Resolution 773.
Approves fireworks application for Baiting Hollow Club, October 24th, 2023. So moved.
Seconded.
Vote please.
Rothwell.
Yes.
Bayrock.
Yes.
Hubbard.
Yes.
Aguirre.
Yes.
Resolution adopted. Resolution 774.
Authorizes submission of letter of intent and execution of contract by the supervisor for operation and maintenance grant program to New York State Environmental Facilities Corporation, known as EFC. So moved.
Seconded.
Vote please.
Rothwell.
Yes.
Bayrock.
Yes.
Hubbard.
Yes.
Aguirre.
Yes.
Resolution adopted. Resolution 775.
Authorizes notice of public hearing to establish fair and reasonable sewer rent for out-of-town facilities for calendar year 2023. So moved.
Seconded.
Vote please.
Rothwell.
Yes.
Bayrock.
Yes.
Hubbard.
Yes.
Aguirre.
Yes.
Resolution adopted. Resolution 776.
Authorizes town clerk to publish and post a public notice to consider adopting a local law to override the tax levy limit established by and set forth in Article 2, Section 3C of the General Municipal Law. So moved. With an amendment?
Yes, with an amendment. Say that same title, and then, to consider adoption of the 2024 preliminary annual budget for the town of Riverhead.
So, Diane needs to have that written, right?
Look at that.
You'll get it, Tanya, you know? Okay.
All right. And then in the public notice itself,
Next.
yeah, where it says on the 9th day of November 2023, 2:05 PM, adoption of, public hearing, yeah, to consider adoption of the 2024 preliminary annual budget for the town of Riverhead and a local law to override the tax levy limit.
Yep.
She came from the governor's office. She asked to be on it from the hospital.
That's also,
That's a corporate, no, I'm just saying, if you don't see the name, called at the last minute.
so I'll make that as amended. Right?
Thank you.
Okay, do we have a second? Vote, please.
Rothwell,
Yes.
Bayrock,
Yes.
Hubbard,
Yes, as amended.
Aguirre.
Yes, it's Monday.
Resolution adopted as amended. Resolution 777.
Authorizes the town clerk to publish and post notice for a public hearing regarding U.S. HUD Community Development Block Grant, CDBG 2024 funds. So moved.
Seconded.
Vote, please.
Rothwell,
Yes.
Bayrock,
Yes.
Hubbard,
Yes.
Aguirre.
Yes.
Resolution adopted. Resolution 778.
Schedule site plan public hearing for 426 West Main Street, 426 West Main Street, and 116 Sweezy Avenue. Riverhead, New York, Suffolk County Tax Map Numbers 600-128-2-10 and 4.1. So moved.
Seconded.
Vote, please.
Rothwell,
Yes.
Bayrock,
Yes.
Hubbard,
Yes.
Aguirre.
Yes.
Resolution adopted. Resolution 779.
Assumes lead agency status and issues negative declaration pursuant to SECRET for the site plan application of 426 West Main Street, 426 West Main Street, and 116 Sweezy Avenue, Riverhead, New York, Suffolk County Tax Map Numbers 600-128-2-10 and 14.1. So moved.
Seconded.
Vote, please.
Rothwell,
Yes.
Bayrock,
Yes.
Hubbard,
Yes.
Aguirre.
Yes.
Resolution adopted. Resolution 780.
Authorizes supervisor to execute a plan renewal with IMED Vision Insurance. So moved.
Seconded.
Vote, please.
Rothwell,
Yes.
Bayrock,
Yes.
Hubbard,
Yes.
Aguirre.
Yes.
Resolution adopted. Resolution 781.
Authorizes the supervisor to issue a letter to the Suffolk County Department of Health Services allowing the use of Pine Barrens credits originated from property located in Riverhead, Expressway Plaza 1 LLC, and Farmingville Associates Phase 1 LLC. So moved.
Seconded.
Vote, please.
Rothwell,
Yes.
Bayrock,
Yes.
Hubbard,
Yes.
Aguirre.
Yes.
Resolution adopted. Resolution 782.
Establishes the Town of Riverhead Outreach and Services Committee. So moved.
Seconded.
Vote, please.
Rothwell,
Yes.
Bayrock,
Yes.
Hubbard,
Yes.
Aguirre.
Yes.
Resolution adopted. Resolution 783.
Acceptance of youth mentoring sports grant. So moved.
Seconded.
Vote, please.
Rothwell,
Yes.
Bayrock,
Yes.
Hubbard,
Yes.
Aguirre.
Yes.
Resolution adopted. Resolution 784.
Classifies site plan application for 901-923 Berman Boulevard as a type 1 action pursuant to SECRA and circulates lead agency request for coordinated review 901-923 Berman Boulevard, Calverton, New York, Suffolk County Tax Map 600-135.1-1-3. So moved.
Seconded.
Vote, please.
Rothwell,
Yes.
Bayrock,
Yes.
Hubbard,
Yes.
Aguirre.
Yes.
Resolution adopted. Resolution 785.
Provisionally appoints a budget assistant. So moved.
Seconded.
Vote, please.
Rothwell,
Yes.
Bayrock,
Yes.
Hubbard,
Yes.
Aguirre.
Yes.
Resolution adopted. Resolution 786.
6.
Yes, all right.
Where is 86?
Want me to read it?
Yeah.
I think I have 86.
He's gonna read it if it's okay.
Oh.
786, rescinds resolution number 2023-697. So moved.
Seconded.
Vote, please.
Rothwell,
Yes.
Bayrock,
Yes.
Hubbard,
Yes.
Aguirre.
Yes.
Resolution adopted. Resolution 787.
So yours plus.
Pays the bill.
Oh, yeah, it has to go to you.
Seconded.
You have the one to table, on table?
Yeah, we got one of those.
Yeah, I know. Same.
Yep.
Oh, we have to get that one next.
All right. Rothwell,
Yes.
Bayrock,
Yes.
Hubbard,
Yes.
Aguirre.
Yes, very well.
Resolution adopted.
So we have one to one table?
So we're looking to make a motion to on table Soundboard Resolution 2023-720. police disciplinary charges. So moved.
Still have 672.
Yes, 672.
You're gonna still do that? Okay, sorry. I thought that was added in.
Yeah.
So we'll do Resolution 2023-672, assumes lead agency status and issues negative declaration pursuant to seeker for the special permit and site plan application for Sandy Pond Links Mini Golf Course, 1495 Roanoke Avenue, Riverhead, New York, Suffolk County Tax Map Number 600-82-1-12.1. So moved.
Huh?
Second it?
Vote, please.
Okay. Rothwell,
Yes.
Bayrock,
Yes.
Hubbard,
Yes.
Aguirre.
Yes.
Resolution adopted.
Make a motion to untable Resolution 2023-720, police disciplinary charges. So moved.
Second it?
Vote, please.
Rothwell,
Yes.
Bayrock,
Yes.
Hubbard,
Yes.
Aguirre.
Yes.
Resolution 720
Untabled.
is being
Untabled.
untabled.
2023-720,
So we have to,
police.
we have to take a vote on the untable, which we just did, right? And then we got to take a vote on the resolution.
Right.
Town Board Resolution 2023-720, police disciplinary charges. So moved.
Second it?
Vote, please.
Rothwell,
Yes.
Bayrock,
Yes.
Hubbard,
Yes.
Aguirre.
Yes.
Resolution adopted.
Do you want to make mention of this, because this is for the public?
Yeah.
I think it's important that they know there's a new. But we just,
So,
okay.
Can we just confirm we untabled and we voted on the 672? Can you just confirm that?
672.
720?
That was,
Yes,
okay.
you're correct. Yes, we just,
Adopted.
we adopted it without untabling. Okay, we untabled it.
Let's take the
and
second
adopt.
vote.
I like that better.
Let's take the second vote, please.
All right.
Read it out.
Okay, so,
Yeah, it is, and it's okay. There's no problem with that. That's why they still have erases on
all right, so
pencils.
what do we do?
So we are going to read it again and take a vote.
So you want to untable it first? Want to go through the proper steps?
We already untabled it.
All right. Town Board Resolution 2023-672 assumes lead agency status and issues negative declaration pursuant to seeker for the special permit and site plan application of Sandy Pond Links Mini Golf Course, 1495 Roanoke Avenue, Riverhead, New York, Suffolk County Tax Map Number 600-82-1-12.1. So moved.
What was that? Second it?
Vote, please.
Rothwell.
Yes.
Bayrock.
Yes.
Hubbard.
Yes.
Aguirre.
Yes.
Resolution adopted.
To vote. Okay. So we just wanted to make mention of this because this is something new in town, and we're probably going to put something out on it, on this resolution, 2023-782, establish the Town of Riverhead Outreach and Services Committee. This is something that there is a need here for our town. We need to outreach for individuals that need support services, and we don't really have a viable program, so I know we went to, was it last week? We went to a press conference 2 weeks ago. We went to a press conference and we partnered with Suffolk County Crime Victims, and we found that there is a need here. They found that there's a need, and as part of that partnership, this resolution has evolved. We are making it more inclusive, and you want to take it from there?
Yes, so I think we're requesting representatives from different departments, Legislator Ahern. She gave an awesome program on the Suffolk Crime Victims Center. I think it's really important, and she also outlined kind of a program as well that we can kind of implement and be part of this. So kind of like interwoven her program with ours as well as continuing hers alone. But also Catholic Health Services to have a representative.
Anne Marie here?
The East End Disabilities Network, Dress for Success.
Check the title.
I think that this gives a
Ahern.
great opportunity for this program to
Ahern.
grow and to,
Check the title on the,
this gives an opportunity for this program to be available, at no cost to our residents within our town, but it also gives it an opportunity to grow and to provide additional services. Maybe it's as simple as having pamphlets available or places, to point where people can go, where they can receive
an
things.
office,
And maybe,
have an office.
Yep, and so I think we're gonna set up our first meeting We will have these representatives come to participate. We'll kind of have a nice roundtable discussion to see how we want to develop it. But I think this is a great step to really creating an outreach program. Some of this has been similar to what's taken place in the town of Brookhaven. It's been extremely successful, so I look forward to participating in it and just setting up a great opportunity for residents to be able to come to town hall and to receive guidance and direction on some much needed, maybe whether it be advice, putting together resumes, formulating, where to go, who to ask for help for, where you can get private consultation towards where to go to get, for domestic violence and other things, where you come to a private confined place and put that knowledge in your hands. So I think it's a great opportunity to get started.
So I think, thank you for following up on that. I don't think it's legislator Ahern. I think it's, I think she ran for legislator, so we might have to adopt that resolution.
Yeah.
Just okay. Teresa Santoro came from the governor's office, and she's now a representative for Catholic Health Services. So they provide medical services, and they go into communities if people need mammograms or certain tests. So that's good. So you have a mobile for medical services. Then Neela Lockel, she opened under COVID. That's the East End Network for child abuse. And we actually did the ribbon cutting, and we also gave them some of the funds. And Elisa Fertel, she's from the East End Disabilities, and in speaking to her in regards to that, she says that the disabled are a vulnerable population more than others. So, and then the last one is Sherry Christmas, and she's from Dress for Success, and they also counsel people, give them they provide them with resumes, they instruct them on how to conduct themselves in interviews, they dress them up, and they follow up. So I think it's a good mix together, to put together, and it's evolving. There's nobody was exempt. There isn't, how come this person, that person? These are the people who came forward first, and I think it's gonna be a great, and they're gonna be working from town hall.
And some of these services are currently offered independently in the town in these
Yes, they
agencies.
are.
But sometimes people don't know what their name is, where they're located, how to find them. And so simply this starts off just being a resource room towards where you can go to get that information, to find where the services are in fact being held in town.
Yeah, so I will be the liaison to that until the end of the year. And then I guess you would take it over if you want. And basically what we wanted to do is what I was hoping to do, and thank you for working on that with me, was to centralize services for people, which is important, and we don't see a lot of that. And so we reached out to these, or they reach out, we reach out to some reach out to us when they heard about it. Everybody was excited about it. These are the heads of all these agencies, and they were actually very excited. So I think we're doing a good thing, and they'll be working from town hall. So that's it. Yes.
So Supervisor, if we have to amend and
Yes.
demote Laura Ahern, we could put ex-legislator.
Thank you.
But she
I
was
think-
one
I
of the
think just remove
founding
the word
members.
legislator. Just
She
remove the
was
word.
one of the founding members of the Suffolk County Legislature who championed this and started bringing it out to all the communities.
She is, and we had the opportunity to meet her. She's a great person. So,
Just take out the word legislator.
yeah, okay. So now, I know we voted for this, so let's vote to amend. If somebody want to read the resolution 782?
Vote to recall and then. put
Vote
it
to
back up.
recall and,
Yeah, recall it and then amend it and then adopt it.
and then a vote, okay?
Vote to recall resolution 2023-782 establishes the Town of Riverhead Outreach and Services Committee. So moved.
Second.
Vote, please.
Rothwell.
Yes.
Bayrock.
Yes.
Hubbard.
Yes.
Aguirre.
Yes to recall.
Okay, resolution 782.
Establishes the Town of Riverhead Outreach and Services Committee simply to amend, just removing the word legislator. So it's on part one, where it will simply read Laura Ahern or her designee as representative of the Suffolk Crime Victims Bureau, 2-year term. As amended, please. So moved.
Second.
Okay, vote to amend, please.
Rothwell.
Yes.
Bayrock.
Yes.
Hubbard.
Yes.
Aguirre.
Yes to amend.
Resolution 782 has been amended. Now we're going to vote to
Read
adopt.
resolution to vote on, please.
Adopt, okay.
Okay.
So let's adopt 2023-782, establishes the Town of Riverhead Outreach and Services Committee as amended, so moved.
Seconded.
Vote to vote.
Okay, Rothwell.
Yes.
Mayrod.
Yes.
Hubbard.
Yes.
Aguirre.
Yes.
Resolution
Still yes.
782 is adopted as amended.
Okay, perfect. We got through that.
Nice job.
Wasn't that hard?
And we should vote on the fact that we voted on it. No?
You guys want to ratify it? You can always
Tim, he was only kidding.
You're getting slap happy there, Rothwell.
Okay,
the word.
so we done. We are done with resolutions. So now, it's public comments on any matter. Please come forward.
Miss Grace.
Oh, we have the honor of seeing you today. Ms. Swift?
See me at every meeting.
I know, but every meeting is great.
Nothing new.
Oh, we kept you out later than usual, though.
Are you up late or are you up early right now? What is the actual?
You must have something important to say. It must be about drag racing.
It's gonna be a total new subject. It's gonna be a total new subject.
Shoot.
I saw the most amazing ceremony in Calverton on October 10th, thanks to Ken. It was the first time I have ever seen a horse-drawn caisson, and it was President Kennedy's funeral on TV that I ever saw it for the first time.
Right.
And I never thought I would ever see it in person. It was the most amazing presentation of every kind of civic, the Boy Scouts, the Cub Scouts. There wasn't anybody not there. It was the most amazing thing to see the fire departments with their flags, and it turns out that we had the honor of having Sergeant Bernard Sweeney buried in Calverton, and we've become his family because they couldn't find any family. And I can't say enough, Ken, I can't believe you got that fantastic thing together with the amount of people and the different organizations that were there. It was amazing, and I want to compliment you.
Thank you. Absolutely. Sergeant Sweeney passed away over 78 and a half years ago, and we didn't bring him home as a veteran, we brought him home as an active soldier. And so he was originally located in Germany, and he was buried in Belgium as an unknown soldier. And through the methods of DNA and the unbelievable work that the United States Army has done and continues to do after 78 and a half years to bring every U.S. soldier home, and it was an absolute honor to escort his remains to his final resting place. We made sure we touched down in New York City before we brought him out to Calverton to make certain that that is where he enlisted, and that it was a ceremony in New York City that he was brought home. And then we traveled out here to Calverton National Cemetery. So thank you for 40 and a half. So it was an absolute honor.
Yeah.
Riverhead
you.
is home to heroes.
Yep. Yes.
Hi, good evening,
Hi.
John Cullen, Northville again. First of all, I'll miss this little building here. I've been coming for many, many times. I've seen good things, bad things, ugly things. I've seen it all. And I just want to mention the runways out in Calverton. As you know, I follow the airplanes and all that stuff over the last bunch of years, and thank you very much for your kind comments recently. One thing I'm very scared of is that covenants mean covenants, but I guess there's no way of eliminating and taking the runways out of the contract with the Germaisians. They've seemed like they'll get them. They'll probably respect your covenances. But as we've heard Chris Kent, who I respect very much until that September IDA meeting when he sat here and introduced the guys, the engineers, who came up 10 seconds later and said runways. Here's our map with the planes. I find it hard to believe that Chris didn't know what was going to happen 10 seconds later, but maybe they were just putting a feeler out for the town for all we know. I don't know. But the runways are very important, that the town gets control of them. And the only way you're going to get control of them is that you take them out of the contract that you have coming up in the future. And if the contract does fail, they never go into any other contract in the future. The covenants, as we heard from Chris Kent, the Germaisians will follow what's up to make money. If they need to make money doing this, they'll do this with the property. If they need to do it with that, that's how they're going to make their money. They're going to follow the market and see what's going on. But the runways are extremely important to everybody in this town, not one person in this town. And now, obviously, the whole board is against the runways being used for cargo, as they should be and as the town should be. But I'm concerned about who gets it after the Germaisians sell and what the new rules will be after they sell. Will the covenants go with that from one owner to the next owner? My brother lives in northern Vermont, and there's 3 gas stations in town. Not one of them has more than 4 islands. But a new guy came, a big gasoline station came up there, and he came in and put 12 islands in. He put in the big deli inside, whatever. But then he put in a car wash in. The town said you're not allowed to put a car wash in. But he put the car wash in anyway. And he said to the town, sue me, because I'm going to drain you for all you're worth. And the town ended up trying, and the town ran out of money, or they just knew they weren't going to win this because they had more money than the town. And that can obviously happen in this town. If somebody comes in, I won't even say if it's Amazon or somebody else, but they're going to come in, and they're going to have more money in their lawyers than the town ever will have. And it'll be a major problem, and they might get their airport for all that, for all you know. So what I'm trying to say is, you got to get control of your runways there, no matter what it takes. And it should be done before the Germaisians. It should be done sooner the better, because it's only going to go on and on and on. Those runways are the money maker that these big developers want. Thank you for your time. Thank you for tonight.
I agree, John. Thank you.
John, I would say that if the contract is denied by the IDA and they're not found eligible, I think I would really love to see the runways be part of an extension and expand our recreation area from Veterans Memorial Park to encompass the runway, where we can keep it as a recreational, and so not aviation, but items like the drag racing has proven to be extremely successful over the years. It gives an opportunity for more recreation to be utilized in that.
And just to take it a step further,
Not for
I
development.
think keeping ownership of those, whatever happens with the contract, is really part and parcel of having an emergency plan out here on the east end of Long
right.
Island. So by maintaining the town's ownership of those, after this contract is expired or whatever happens, I think it's really tantamount to make sure that the town owns it, and in case of an emergency, we have the first right to use them for whatever reason necessary.
So, and I totally agree, they are on the military charts, as if you have to bring in any type of power, any type of material, any type of food. God forbid there's a major disaster, that is what's gonna support us. So that's why the Suffolk County Planning Commission, when I asked them to review the matter, and that was a few years ago, and you're 100% right, they directed that airport has to be maintained active. No Gargoyle Airport, it has to be maintained. So that's not going anywhere. So I totally agree. As far as motorsports, we need a motorsports park out here. We've been vouching for that for a long time. So we'll see what happens with that. And but the runways and the 1,050 acres should never been part of that deal. Again, I don't want to get into it, but the place hasn't been appraised. I know I wasn't here when the contract came through, but I've been working with the ADA. IDA, I asked them to get me an appraisal, and they themselves were gonna try to get me an appraisal. There is none, and so hopefully we have to see, this is undersold, and we got it, and this has to be resolved. I'm getting to the point, you know, we gave everybody time, we gave Cat time, then we went to the IDA, now it's time, and we need to make a decision on this.
As far as the emergency, they're gonna direct them over to Gabretzky. They've got all the emergency vehicles ready, waiting for them. I mean, it would have to be a really serious emergency to bring them down here.
Hopefully not,
No,
but,
I know.
but in the case.
Obviously, they take off JFK, they go
Yep.
right down the ocean, right over to Gabretzky. Thank you very much.
Yep, they have that capability, but we also, that's for war, so they're more for, you know, to address war, God forbid. And I see it every time. I must be on the path. I know when somebody's going to the Middle East, when there's a whole mission going. I actually teach online in the military, so I get all these things. I'm being deployed, I'm going to Asia, wherever it is, so I really know what's going on. So, but yes, we need to leave that open for us and not depend on Gabretzky, because that's military control. We want to be able to tell FEMA, we need food, we need water, you get it here. So, and I agree, and they'll work together, but we need to keep it open, and that was the purpose of the Suffolk County Planning, was to keep it open for emergencies in case we need it. And they had the foresight, and that's their expertise. You know, they see that. So I'm glad we have that, John, that we have both of them to support each other. Yes.
Hi, John McAuliffe,
Yes.
Rolling Woods, Roanoke Landing. I have a feeling if you have many of these evening sessions like this, we ought to, I hope the new town hall has a coffee service available.
Who's gonna pay for it?
No, no,
Taxpayers?
the machine that you go to and you put your outrageous amount of money in. Any rate, this is following up very directly on this conversation that's reemerged again. Mary and I were in East Hampton for a program on Sunday, and one of the speakers was your counterpart, the supervisor of East Hampton, who's also finishing up his term
Vance
of
Goik,
office.
I'm very close to him. Yep.
Yeah. He went out of his way to warn me. We were talking a little bit about FCAL, and he reiterated what people have said before about the FAA, the nose of the FAA camel getting in the tent. It was referenced earlier about special permits, but from what he was saying, if, God forbid, the Jamasians own the property, and they bring the FAA in, that may make totally irrelevant all town permits from what he was saying. I mean, if he's a friend of yours, you might want to consult with him
I speak
More
to all the supervisors about that issue.
Yeah.
They know about it.
Yeah,
We
but
have
I
a
mean
meeting next week, yeah.
specifically the issue of whether we lose control, which there was, Mr. Howard, I think you were going to pull together a list of the historic uses, because that sometimes has been thrown out as an option. Have you had a chance to do that?
I prepared an email to someone else that asked for it. If you want to send me an email,
Okay, all right,
I'll
great.
forward the email.
All right, yeah, no, that was probably
it was-
Kathy,
it's
because she
a
asked
little
for
bit
it,
dense,
so.
yeah.
Yeah, that's all right, I can get it from her, but just I think we should find out exactly what's involved. The other, just to put a pin on it, both Mr. Hubbard and Mr. Rothwell were very clear that should the IDA turn this thing down, they're gonna go for the null and void. I think Supervisor, you were about to say that, but I wanted to
I'm
see.
not giving my vote to anybody, whether it's the radio, I get newspaper, how you
I
gonna
see,
vote.
so you are holding
And
back what
just-
you're gonna do?
Yeah,
Okay.
I will. This is gonna look, we're gonna see what happens, and I need a decision before I decide.
Okay, and Mr. Bayrat, are you?
Yeah, I just want to see how it all.
You also
How
want
it
to
all
wait?
materializes.
Okay, that frankly makes me just a little nervous, since I think Mr. Kern will do whatever the Jamasians are
I wouldn't
pushing
make an
at that
assumption, we're
point.
not here to take a vote.
Yeah.
We're here for public comments, and you
Okay.
should start there.
Okay,
Polling the.
all right.
Polling, come on, let me finish.
Okay.
Polling the board, and what makes me nervous, and this person's not here. This is public comments concerning a concern that you may have, but to try
Okay.
to start polling I'm not gonna allow that in my meeting,
Okay.
okay?
Well,
It's not
if it is
appropriate.
public,
It's
this,
a comment period, it's a public comment
all
period.
right, my
not a
public
vote period.
comment then
Okay.
is that I think that I was very glad to hear of Mr. Hubbard and Mr. Rothwell's position. I would hope at some other point we would understand what the other three board members would do. That, as I said in my initial comment, that I hope that that is said publicly before we get to an election, because I think the question of the relationship between the lame duck board and the new board is a very important one.
I'm not lame duck. I am here to December 31st, 2023. I am working harder than I ever worked, because people know that I'm leaving and they want to help get things done. So don't call me a lame duck. You can call other people who I haven't seen that are not running, but do not attach a name like that to me.
It is a
You
term.
see me here now, right?
It is a term of art that after an election, people are in a different
I'm getting paid,
position.
right?
You're getting paid.
I'm working.
Before elections
And
right now.
you can, you're right, you have full authority, but oftentimes there is a dispensation to leave decisions to the people that have been newly elected. And at any rate, I just think that it's very important. I guarantee you that the moment there is an action by the IDA, and I hope you're right, that
I'm
somehow they're
pushing
going to get a hearing in, because they have to do a hearing process once they've made their own recommendation. But, so we don't know how quickly that will happen, but I think we can absolutely guarantee that the Jermasians are going to come in with a new version of what they want to do, and I hope that the null and void is the path taken, because that's the way to get the runways back, that's the way to get the 1,000 acres back, and that's the way to really start fresh and figure out how that land should be used for the benefit of the community. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Chip, do we have anybody waiting? Okay. Hi.
Hi, Josephine Mikowski, Wading
Hello.
River. It was brought to my attention this past week that someone was trying to watch the town hall meeting on Channel 22, and there was absolutely no sound.
Okay.
And I figured that you'd want to know about that. Prior to that, it was very, very low. So if that could be paid attention to, since I'm up here, parking by the beach. I feel for the woman that was here who was saying, how is she going to have her family park, or who don't live there, who come visit? I think that maybe in those areas, we should allow them to have special placards that they can give to families to put in their window, so that the police would know that they belong there. Because just having them go down, I could see someone saying, oh, I have 3 people here today, I have to go down to the town to go get the passes. But if it is your own home, it could say Mary Smith at whatever street, and she's putting it in her window for her visitors, not this way. It's just to make it easier on the town. And when I was listening to it, I think it's a very good thing, because we know that all the beach fronts always have a lot of people parking. That would be all. And
Josephine, I understand what you're saying, and I know other communities do that.
yes,
We're gonna have to go through, but if there's room for adjustment, we're gonna make sure that we do
Well,
that. And I fully agree with you. I
yeah.
mean, you can be.
I
town
probably had like
vegetarian
1,000
and have
things
something
I
on the
heard
go.
tonight that I would want to comment on, but I felt
Okay.
that those were easy fixes.
Yeah, they
Those
are.
are just helping the community. So thank you about that.
Wait, I would like to hear the other 999.
That'll be at Polish Hall. Thank you, Ken. And, you know, and it was a very good event. I wish I could have seen it. I mean, being a fellow Wading River person, I did see some pictures, and that is a wonderful thing. And thank you.
Okay, great. Can you bring up what's online? Who's online? What's online? Who's on? It's getting a long. Oh, yeah, you might as well, looks like we have others. I don't think you guys want to take a 5-minute break, right? I'll take 5 minutes to close down and 5 minutes to open.
Hi, my name is Carl Arbeiter. I'm from Timber Park. So I had a couple comments, and I wasn't here earlier in the meeting. I heard with EBCAL, there was a proposal back in 1999 for the property of $55 million, which was supposed to be a raceway in conjunction with NASCAR and a certain individual that not a lot of people like anymore, but if you put it into the actual calculator that they offered for the property today, it's over $100 million.
I agree.
I believe we are getting ripped off on selling that property to these people. And as a town, we could do a lot better designing it, especially if you look at Hopog and how they designed their park, especially with all the greenery that they have done. And it could be a beautiful thing. There could be a lot of jobs, and there could be more recreational space to use for a drag strip. I wrote an article when I was in 3rd grade at Riley Avenue about 3 things that we can use the property for: a racetrack, recreation, which basically like camping, all that stuff, and bike trails, and amusement. And that's what I really believed back then. So, especially with all the projects that now, that hopefully we'll get a moratorium to figure out what we're actually doing with it, all the property and all the farmland, I would love that it would stay farmland as it was intended to, as I grew up with. But unfortunately, it's not going to be old farmland, and it gets very expensive to farm. And I just wish that we would keep it the way it is. People move out here from the city. My father moved out here from the city. We've had the land since went out from the 70s. I grew up here. I want to see more families grow up out here and get away from the city. It's quiet, it's peaceful, and I know I can sleep at night and know I'm safe around all my neighbors.
So you're supporting a farmland or a racetrack?
I support both.
Great, perfect.
Because that, especially EBCAL, is specifically a gold mine. And I don't understand how in 20 years we haven't figured this out, but we got to do it now, and it's not with the Jermasians, I'll tell you that for. That property is worth more to us, and you could even lease the property out to potential tenants that are not them, especially new businesses like the incubator over there. And one other thing about the outreach program, I would suggest Council for Unity, if they're still around in the high school, they were to help the inmates of the prison, and they also help young people that may have trouble. I was in their first year, I was an alumni, and it helped me with bullying and coming out as being able to speak as I am today.
Great.
So, and it actually saved my life. So,
Good. Thank you.
so I hope you include them as well if they're still around.
Okay, no, that definitely will be part of that.
Thank you so much.
No, thank you for supporting racetrack. Anyone else?
Hi, Taffy Turgeon, Greater College and Civic Association. I was going to speak on an amendment to that public hearing you had on parking, and 2 speakers before me kind of said the same thing. But I do have just a smaller adjustment, and maybe a suggestion for the folks in the beach communities, so they don't have to go down to town hall every time they're going to have guests over or their family over. Maybe every single resident, homeowner in Reeves Park could be issued 5 permits for the season, and they can, and they're good for the season, and then they're done. You have to get another one issued the next color or number, and that way, you can somebody can avail themselves of going down to town hall and picking them up, right? Or if they don't, they just aren't used. So the people who do need them will be getting them. So maybe just a suggestion would be make 4 or 5 of these placards available for each resident homeowner. Thanks very much.
Thank you for your comment. Okay.
Motion to close the meeting.
No, we have one line.
Oh, I made it back just in time.
Yes. Who is it? Oh, okay. Are you awake, Mr. Ferrari?
Ron Hariri Aquabog,
Okay.
are you able to hear me?
Yes, we are.
To the supervisor's credit, she has consistently called the EPCOW contract with Calvert Aviation the worst contract she's ever seen. At the same time, sitting to her left, Councilman Tim Hubbard said voting for the Gramesians was the right thing to do. We now know that the town's own council, Nixon Peabody, has called 555 in a federal lawsuit a racketeering enterprise and a sham. It has come to my attention that 555 has partnered with Saudi Arabia, or an arm of Saudi Arabia, in something called Arabian Dream Mall in Saudi Arabia. As we watch the carnage and bloodshed in the Middle East, and this should be near and dear to your heart, Madam Supervisor, and you consider that there's evidence that Saudi Arabia funded the terrorists that killed 3,000 Americans, including your brothers and sisters of the NYPD and fire department, and considering that this family has withheld financial information, what steps can you take to be sure that these runways, which built the F-14s and the lunar module, do not fall into the wrong hands, thanks to Councilman Hubbard's poor judgment?
Well, you're making an assumption and opinion, but I'm going to answer as far as, I think everybody here before this board does not want the runways to be sold ever. The runways alone probably would be worth 40 million of them by themselves if we had an assessment done. But we haven't. I've been asking the IDA for one, and they actually asked Cat. We're trying to get some information from them. So we all don't want cargo. We don't want those planes coming. It's not zoned for it. And I know I'll always be advocating, like I said before, I'll always be the former town supervisor. I will be here, I'll be on the radio. I'm actually gonna go into printing, by the way, I'll be writing a column. And could be before that night, I'll be in Albany, and I've known to go to Albany to address some of our issues, and I've been very successful. And I'll go to Washington and I have to. I spent
Well,
years,
my
I
question-
spent many
my
years to
question is,
protect them,
what
and I'm
steps
gonna continue
specifically
doing it, and the board supports this.
Will you take, Madam Supervisor, and the question's open to the rest of the board as well, to make sure that rather than a racketeering enterprise with ties to Saudi Arabia, these runways, which you've all pointed out are so crucial to Long Island and our community, don't fall into the wrong hands?
They should just make a racetrack out of the runway that's not working. Just have it
Well,
permanent.
finally, I credit you because it seems like you're actually listening to what people really want, and let's hope you avoid what people don't want. But I have another question, and I'm really going to address it to the town council. I read that Mr. Howard, you actually commenced a proceeding involving property on Overlook Drive, operated by Canal House. Do you remember that lawsuit, sir?
I do.
And you were counsel to the town, right?
The case is on for a status conference tomorrow, so I'm not gonna really get too deep into it with you.
So my question is, now that the property has been sold, and considering that you've alleged multiple violations, including Airbnb, you actually sent a police officer detective to provide that information to the court. I thought your papers were relatively competent. What steps have you taken to assure the town receives the thousands and thousands of dollars in fines that should be applied to this, and how can you collect them if the property's already been sold?
Time, thank you.
Mr. Herrera, that's what the litigation is for. That case is pending settlement discussions, so I'm not going to go into those right now with you, but I've been in communication with the defendant's attorney, and the amount of fines and penalties and all that is being addressed.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Anyone else? Tim, Alex, want to come forward?
Before we close the meeting, I just want to say goodbye, 200 Howell Avenue.
That's
Hello for Second
We'll
Street.
hope to see you there starting Thursday and all the meetings thereafter. And I'm keeping my fingers crossed. I didn't hold this meeting because I said, just in case it's a failure, it's too important. People know how to get here. But we're gonna take a chance on Tuesday, on this coming Thursday. We're all excited about it. Please come and visit us. It's a beautiful location. We just gotta get those chairs on there that are sitting opposite the elevator, makes it look like a housing project. That's a fire thing. And we have to go to the assessor's office, and we definitely have to
Sure,
talk
we
to
can talk about that some other time.
Yeah, we can. But otherwise, it's a beautiful building, and please come and see us. Have a good evening, everyone, and please be safe.
Need a motion?
And can I have a motion
Motion to close the
a
meeting.
first and a second, please?
No.
First, second?
No.
All in favor? All opposed? So move. Again. You wanna please be safe?
No, that,